Chapter 193. After opening the scroll, Li Jingji read it very seriously for a few minutes. Moreover, his expression kept changing as he read the scroll. After closing the scroll, Li Jingji closed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said to Tan Wan, who was beside him, "You go out first. I have something to say to the Holy Knight." Tan Wan stared blankly. She was Li Jingji's direct disciple, as well as his only disciple. Although Li Jingji had a chubby appearance and always wore a gentle smile on his face, she knew very well that her teacher was filled with arrogance. He was even hailed as the #1 genius of the mage sanctuary in the past 1,000 years. Her teacher was only in his 60s this year, but he had already surpassed all the previous powerhouses of the mage sanctuary. In terms of cultivation, even the 3 great Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars might not be her teacher's match. The reason why he only had one disciple was that among the younger generation of the Magic Temple, only she was recognized by her teacher for her talent. Moreover, she also had the same wind attribute as her teacher. Seeing the solemn expression on her teacher's face, Tan Wan immediately understood that the acting Holy Knight of the Knights Templars was not as simple as he seemed. Otherwise, her teacher would not have paid so much attention to him. Tan Wan also inherited Li Jingji's arrogance, but because she was still young, she did not hide this arrogance well and often showed it on the surface. However, this did not mean that she was not smart. On the contrary, her intelligence and talent were often praised by Li Jingji. After hearing her teacher's words, she only looked at Long Haotsen in surprise. She immediately agreed obediently and walked to the side. In a wave of distorted ripples of light, she quietly disappeared into the air. After his disciple left, Li Jingji's face once again hung that harmless smile on his face. "Now can you take off your mask and let me see your true face, son of the light of Knights Templars?" Golden light flowed, and the liquid-like adamantine foundation armor flowed down from Long Haotsen's body and condensed into an adamantine foundation armor behind Long Haotsen. Long Haotsen crossed his right fist in front of his chest and said respectfully, "Knights Templars, Long Haotsen greets the Temple Master." Looking at Long Haotsen's excessively young and handsome face, Li Jingji was slightly startled. Although he concealed his emotions very well, the shock in his heart was still extremely intense. Long Tianyin had clearly written in the letter that Long Haotsen was his grandson, and he was indeed officially appointed as the Holy Knight of Knights Templars. At the same time, Knights Templars had agreed to let him reorganize the monster hunters in hopes of getting help from the Magic Temple. If Jialing Pass needed it, he could also fight for Jialing Pass for a period of time, but not more than 3 months. Although Long Tianyin did not mention Long Haotsen's cultivation in the letter, based on Li Jingji's understanding of Long Tianyin, he knew that with old Long Tianyin's stubborn personality, even his own grandson would not be able to wear this adamantine foundation armor if he was not strong enough. In addition to his previous probing, he could clearly feel that Long Haotsen's cultivation was indeed above the 8th level. The purity of the light element emitted from the young man in front of him was something that Li Jingji had never seen before. Although he was handsome, his eyes were very calm, as if he was a professional who had been cultivating for 40 or 50 years. His precious disciple could never compare to that temperament. Sighing slightly, Li Jingji revealed a bitter smile. "I thought that it would be possible for the Magic Temple to replace us in the near future, but it seems that it is still impossible. The luck of the Knights Templars is really something that we cannot compare to." His words were said without rhyme or reason, but Long Haotsen could understand the meaning behind it. This temple master Li in front of him was regarded as the biggest competitor of the Knights Templars, and was also known as the strongest in the alliance in terms of pure cultivation. His cultivation was so profound that it even surpassed those veteran legend-ranked monster hunters who had been cultivating for more than 100 years. In terms of pure cultivation, none of the 3 Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars could compare to him. Before Long Haotsen, the Knights Templars had placed all their hopes on Long Xingwu. However, the Knights Templars also understood that in terms of talent, Long Xingwu was slightly inferior to Li Jingji. Furthermore, Long Xingwu was much younger, and it was almost impossible for him to catch up to Li Jingji's cultivation in this lifetime. But who would have thought that the Knights Templars would produce another Long Haochen? From the beginning of his cultivation until now, Long Haochen had only used a little more than 10 years to become an 8th level Holy Knight. With this speed of improvement, in addition to his talent as the Son of Light, the possibility of him surpassing the Temple Master of the Magic Temple in the future was very high. Faced with Li Jingji's sigh, Long Haochen did not utter a word. He only stared at the Temple Master of the Magic Temple in front of him with his clear eyes. Li Jingji kept the scroll in his hand and gestured inside. "Say sit, let's have a chat." As he spoke, he brought Long Haochen into the hall behind him and sat down on the sofa. The decorations in Li Jingji's office were not complicated, but it gave off a heavy feeling. All the furniture was made of a type of jet-black wood. Long Haochen did not recognize this type of wood. It emitted a faint fragrance. Smelling this fragrance, Long Haochen could clearly feel that his mental strength seemed to have become more condensed. The most unique thing in the office was the bookshelf that stretched on one side of the wall. There were probably tens of thousands of books on it. Many of the books emitted a simple and unadorned feeling. Moreover, there were a few books that even gave Long Haochen a feeling of spirituality, as if these books were all alive. Li Jingji smiled and said, "Long Haochen, this time you are here to look for Lin Exen, right? Do you know? More than a year ago, before the Demon Emperor launched the Holy War, I was the leader in the alliance who agreed to hand you over. Do you know why?" Long Haochen was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the Temple Master of the Magic Temple to speak so directly. "It is because the alliance is not ready for this holy war. There is still a gap in strength between us and the demons." "We need time," replied Long Haochen calmly, as if what Li Jingji said was not to send him to die at all. Li Jingji said with some surprise, "It is rare for you to look at it normally. Many people think that I am doing this to attack the Knights Templars and to compete with the Knights Templars for the #1 position in the temple. You are right, the alliance's accumulation is not enough. However, there is another reason why I propose to hand you over. It is because I am not ready." Long Haochen looked at the fat old man in front of him and suddenly had a special feeling in his heart. From Li Jingji, he felt a confidence that he had never felt before. The strength of that belief was even comparable to that of the Demon Emperor who controlled the demons. Li Jingji leaned against the back of the sofa and said leisurely, "Yes, I am not ready. For the past 6,000 years, the Temple League has been working hard and accumulating strength. Although it is inevitable that there will be conflicts between the 6 great temple, in the face of the great enemy, the demons, everyone is absolutely united. And if we want to launch a counterattack against the demons, recover our lost land, and even wipe the demons off the continent forever, then we must face the most important problem, and that is the Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor Fengxiu, it is said that his spiritual energy has reached 1,000,000, entering another level. If no one in the alliance can defeat him, then so what if the alliance's strength surpasses the demons? In the end, they will still not be able to escape the fate of failure. That is why I said that I am not ready. To say something arrogant, before I met you, I always thought that I was the most likely person to challenge him and drag him down with me." At this point, the confidence that Li Jingji exuded became stronger. "I am 67 years old this year. If I have another 100 years, maybe I will really have that chance. However, if the alliance is overturned, the final outcome will inevitably be a tragedy. So, I can't ruin this great situation just because of you. Unfortunately, the influence of the Knights Templars on the alliance for many years is not something that I can compare to. In the end, my proposal still failed. However, now it seems that Yang Haohen and Long Tianyin are indeed right. You are worthy of such an investment from the alliance." When saying this, Li Jingji suddenly seemed a little tired, but also a little relaxed, as if a huge pressure had been removed from his body. The mental fluctuations of a mage are the most sensitive. What surprised me is not your age, nor your cultivation, but your will. Your eyes are solemn, reserved, and restrained. This is a sign of incomparable determination. However, your eyes are simple, without the slightest bit of impatience or pride. The combination of these two qualities gives me a glimpse of your future. Very good. You are really very good. However, you still have a long way to go. I hope that you can take over the important task of challenging the Demon Emperor from me. I know that you Knights Templars have always hoped to unite the 6 major temples with yourselves as the main force, so that the Alliance's strength can be integrated, and the Alliance can truly exert its full strength to build a unified country to fight against the demons. I do not oppose this proposal, but I hope that the Magic Temple will take the lead. The other major temples also have their own ideas. So, this proposal has been put on hold for many years. If one day you can defeat me, then on behalf of the Magic Temple, I will agree to the proposal of the Knights Templars. At the same time, I will also give you the right to challenge the Demon Emperor. Long Haochen listened to Li Jingji's words quietly. From the beginning to the end, he did not interrupt a single word. He realized that he was starting to like this lord of the Magic Temple. Although his words might not be pleasant to hear, it clearly expressed his approval of Long Haochen, as well as his expectations for the future of the Alliance. 2 sharp gazes shot out from Li Jingji's eyes, landing on Long Haochen's body like 2 sharp swords. Instantly, it triggered Long Haochen's own spiritual power. A layer of golden brilliance naturally overflowed from his body, forming a layer of protective lingang. Li Jingji smiled faintly, withdrawing his gaze. Long Haochen, you have to remember, this world never lacks geniuses. Although a talent like yours is extremely rare, it's not like it hasn't appeared before. However, to this day, humanity has never produced a powerhouse that could truly contend against the demon god emperor. Do you know why? Long Haochen shook his head. Please speak, Lord. Li Jingji said, because they do not understand the word endure. Ah. As he listened to Li Jingji's words, Long Haochen's brain worked at high speed, but he still did not expect Li Jingji to give such an answer. In the past, the son of Samsara and the sword god of light were also amazingly talented people. They had also cultivated to the 9th rank, but in the end they still fell. At most, the demons were only slightly restrained. In terms of talent, they were definitely not below you and even surpassed you. For example, the son of Samsara. Back then he was only 36 years old, but he dared to challenge the demon emperor. How much confidence and strength did he have? In the end, he and the demon emperor were both injured. The sword god of light was in a similar situation. With their talent, it was possible for them to lead the humans to launch a large-scale counterattack against the demons, or at least reverse the situation. However, in the end, they all lost because of their impatience. Seeing the puzzled look in Long Haochen's eyes, Li Jingji said, "You don't understand, right? Then let's put it simply. If the son of Samsara was not 36 years old when he challenged the demon emperor, but 136 years old, what would the situation be like? If the sword god of light was not in his 40s when he challenged the demon emperor, but 140 years old, what would the situation be like?" Long Haochen could not help but refute. However, these 2 seniors were forced to do so. The demon army was pressing on, and they had no choice but to take action. Li Jingji snorted, a trace of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. They had the same idea as you, so in the end they could not truly become the leaders who led the humans to defeat the demons. Since the Dark Age more than 6,000 years ago, we have been forced to this corner of the land, and there has never been a time when we were forced to do anything. That's right, the demons will often advance and constantly launch battles. However, you have also dealt with the demons. What do you think of the strength of the Alliance compared to the demons? Long Haochen said in a deep voice, The demons are led by the 72 demon god pillars. They have many powerhouses, and their overall strength is extremely strong. The Alliance relies on the combined strength of the 6 great strongholds and the 6 great temples to barely resist the demons' attack. In terms of strength, we are indeed inferior to the demons. Of course, I don't understand the true strength of the Alliance. Li Jingji said, "What you said is very fair. Yes, the demons are stronger than us, and they're still stronger than us even now. Then, have you ever thought about what happened 6,000 years ago? What was the situation at that time? At that time, the demons were also the 72 demon god pillars, and the first generation demon god was the most powerful in terms of overall strength. If they can force us into this corner, can't they completely destroy us? To tell you the truth, in the history of the confrontation between the Alliance and the demons have at least a dozen opportunities to completely destroy the Alliance. If the Demon Emperor did not care about the cost and led the demon army to break through at one point, we would have been completely destroyed long ago. The legacy of the human race has long ended." Long Haochen looked at Li Jingji in surprise. "Lord, what you said is true. Then why didn't the demons do this?" Li Jingji sneered, "Captive. The demons are captive. That's right, the demons are far stronger than us. But they don't belong to our world after all. Other than war and destruction, they don't know anything else. If we humans are really extinct, then no one needs to take revenge for us. The demons will go to their own destruction, and they will definitely go to their own destruction. Therefore, the demons don't dare to kill us at all, and they don't dare to destroy us humans. That's why the 6,000 years of dark ages came. Behind the scenes, the demons often make some deals with us. It's just that ordinary people don't know about it. Then what about this holy war?" Long Haochen still didn't believe Li Jingji's words. Li Jingji said calmly, "Holy war? You might be the fuse, but in fact, the root cause of this holy war is that the demons are afraid. Over the years, the Alliance has grown too fast and has already surpassed the demons' expectations. The Demon Emperor is afraid that our strength will grow too fast and threaten the rule of the demons. At the same time, the number of demons is too large and needs to be reduced. That's why this holy war broke out. That's why the 6 great temples were attacked at the same time, but none of them were broken." Long Haochen sucked in a breath of cold air. He had already faintly understood what Li Jingji meant. Li Jingji continued, "In other words, back then, they didn't even encounter any life and death crisis. If talented people like the Radiant Sword God and the Son of Reincarnation had enough patience and could wait until they had absolute confidence, the Alliance wouldn't be like this now. You are a smart person, and I believe you can understand what I mean. Of course, I'm not telling you this to be a coward in the Alliance. On the contrary, real growth and understanding requires continuous challenges from the strong and continuous battles. But remember, try not to do things that you know you can't do." At this point, Li Jingji closed his eyes slightly and leaned back on the sofa, as if thinking about something. Long Haochen said respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. After listening to your words, this junior is suddenly enlightened." Li Jingji waved his hand and said, "Go. I have always been a competitive person. Although I admire your talent, if this is the 6th Great Temple ranking tournament, I definitely won't go easy on you. It's still too early for you to defeat me. In 5 years, there will be a new temple tournament, and I hope I won't see you on the tournament stage. In 15 years, perhaps it's time for you to truly shine." Long Haochen slowly stood up, and after bowing to Li Jingji again, he turned around and left. Li Jingji narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Haochen's steady footsteps as he left. He thought to himself, "Heaven's favored one, I hope he won't follow in the footsteps of his predecessors." Long Haochen really listened to Li Jingji's words. He was only 20 years old this year, and in the past 10 years, he had spent almost all his energy on training and fighting against the demons. He didn't know much about the internal affairs of the Alliance and the relationship between the Alliance and the demons. After returning to the Alliance from the Dark Swamp, especially after he finished his seclusion, the leaders of the Alliance, such as Long Tianin, Shan Yu, and Li Zhengji, taught him many things that he didn't know before. Almost all of them were guiding him to the right path. Long Haochen's thinking also became more mature. "Hey!" Just as Li Jingji's words echoed in Long Haochen's mind, he heard a call. Long Haochen was startled and subconsciously looked up. Both he and the person who called out to him were stunned. The person who called him was naturally Li Jingji's direct disciple, Tan Wan. At this time, Long Haochen had already stepped into the teleportation portal and was about to leave. However, he met Tan Wan face to face. In that moment of shock, he realized his mistake. Because Li Jingji's words had brought him too many things, he forgot to put on his golden foundation armor and walk out. He just happened to meet Tan Wan face to face. Tan Wan's shock was obvious because of Long Haochen's appearance. You're the one just now." Tan Wan looked at Long Haochen's young and handsome face. Her eyes filled with disbelief. In Li Jingji's office, there were only Li Jingji and the acting Holy Knight. At this time, a stranger that she didn't know walked out, and it was obvious that he wasn't her teacher. Naturally, it was the acting Holy Knight. As the direct disciple of the Mage Temple Master Li Jingji, and with her beautiful appearance, Tan Wan was the dream lover of almost all the young mages in the Mage Temple. There were too many young men who had fawned over her, but she was completely sure that the person in front of her was absolutely unparalleled in terms of appearance. For the first time, she realized that a man could be so good-looking. Whether it was his figure or his appearance, she couldn't find a single flaw on Long Haochen. Even with her pride in appearance, she actually felt a sense of inferiority. Moreover, he looked even younger than she did. Long Haochen's reaction in the next moment gave Tan Wan a definite answer. After realizing his mistake, he immediately released the golden foundation armor. Tan Wan watched as the shining orange-golden armor quickly covered Long Haochen's body, and the golden mask once again covered his face. "It's really you?" After a moment of sluggishness, Tan Wan's delicate face was filled with shock. Long Haochen nodded at her, stepped into the teleportation portal, and was teleported away in the next moment. Looking at the gradually fading figure, Tan Wan's footsteps paused for a moment, and she immediately sprinted towards Li Jingji's office. Women's curiosity was stronger than men's, and this shock was beyond her comprehension. On the second floor of the Mage Temple, Long Haochen was shocked as soon as he arrived. This was because he saw Kai Er in someone's arms. When he took a closer look, intense surprise filled his body. He quickly took 2 steps forward and shouted, "Sister, it's Lin Xan." The person who was hugging Kai Er was Lin Xan, whom Long Haochen hadn't seen for a long time. Meanwhile, Lin Xan, whose dark green hair had grown back, was standing at the side, holding Han Yu's right hand with an excited look on his face. As it turned out, when Long Haochen was summoned by the Mage Temple's master Li Jingji, Lin Xan was also notified by Elder Fei. When he heard that it was someone from his team and that there was a knight on a golden pedestal, he vaguely guessed who it was. No one was more confident in Long Haochen's strength than Lin Xan. He was almost sure that the knight on a golden pedestal was Long Haochen. Overjoyed, he immediately found Lin Xan and rushed over as fast as he could. In the corridor, he met Kai Er and Han Yu, who were waiting for Long Haochen's return. Lin Xan had long heard about Kai Er's amnesia. She pitied Kai Er and hugged her with tears in her eyes. Lin Xan and Han Yu also held their right hands tightly. It had been almost 2 years. The joy of reunion between the brothers couldn't be described with words. Before they could say anything, Long Haochen came back. Lin Xan let go of Han Yu's hand and shouted, "Boss!" He quickly rushed forward and gave Long Haochen a big hug. Everyone was so excited that they almost couldn't control themselves. Although Long Haochen was wearing the golden foundation armor, when had his voice ever changed? Long Haochen! Lin Xian let go of Kai Air and quickly walked forward with a face full of surprise. Even with her strong character, tears still rolled down her face. After letting go of Lin Xian's hug, Long Haochen hugged Lin Xian tightly again. The surging emotions made Long Haochen choke and unable to speak. After a while, everyone's emotions calmed down a little. Long Haochen said, "Come, let's talk in the room." The five of them walked into Long Haochen's room and closed the door. Long Haochen almost couldn't wait to take off the golden foundation armor on his body. In front of his sister and brother, how could he be willing to be separated by this layer of metal? At this time he could calm down and observe Lin Xian and Lin Xian. Compared to before they parted, Lin Xian seemed to have matured a bit, and her figure was even more fiery and sexy. Her long pink hair was neatly combed behind her head, and her gaze was focused. It was obvious that her cultivation had improved greatly. Compared to Lin Xian, Lin Xian's change was even greater. Before they parted, Lin Xian gave people the impression that he was somewhat cynical. But now, although his appearance did not change much, he gave people the impression that he was a lot more resolute. He already had a bit of a dignified aura. In the past, he had never been associated with the word calm, but now he could be used to describe him. This was especially true for his gaze, which was focused and resolute. It was no longer as erratic as before. It was as if he had grown up after not seeing him for 2 years. If not for his appearance, Long Haochen wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Needless to ask, Long Haochen could imagine that Lin Xian must have experienced many things in these 2 years. Lin Xian, it's been hard on you these 2 years. Long Haochen said sincerely. His words were not without reason. For the general class, Monster Hunt 64, the one who contributed the most in these 2 years was Lin Xian. The pills he refined had greatly improved the external spiritual power of everyone in the general class Monster Hunt 64. Moreover, he had provided everyone with many life-saving pills. As for the leader, Long Haochen, he did not do much. He only cultivated in seclusion. Hearing Long Haochen's words, Lin Xian's expression changed. He suddenly stood up and stood in front of Long Haochen like a child who had done something wrong. "Leader, don't say that. I did what I should. But Lin Xian, who was at the side, suddenly said, "All right, let bygones be bygones. It wasn't easy for everyone to reunite. Why are you saying this?" Lin Xian turned his head to look at Lin Xian. What surprised Long Haochen was that Lin Xian, who had always been obedient to Lin Xian, firmly shook his head. "Xian I must say it. If boss doesn't know about this, I will never be able to untie this knot in my heart." Long Haochen realized the seriousness of the situation. He asked doubtfully, "What happened? What happened?" Lin Xian lowered his head and said, "I didn't protect Xian well. Her arm was cut off by the enemy during the Holy War." "What?" Long Haochen stood up in shock. His eyes suddenly became fierce. To him, Lin Xian was no less than his biological sister. Back in Haoyue City, Lin Xian's meticulous care for him was his spiritual support after his parents left. Long Haochen's affection for Lin Xian would never weaken. Lin Xian hurriedly stood up and said, "It's all in the past. Didn't I reattach my arm? For my sake, Lin Xian has suffered many hardships over the past year. Long Haochen, don't blame him. It wasn't his fault at all." As she spoke, she took the initiative to walk to Lin Xian's side. She hugged his right arm and snuggled up to him. Her eyes were full of tenderness. Looking at them, Long Haochen suddenly understood something. Lin Xian's face was full of guilt. His eyes were red. Lin Xian's face was full of tenderness and happiness. It was obvious that the relationship between them had taken a qualitative leap. "Lin Xian, what happened? Tell me in detail. I also heard that you are now the leader of the Magic Temple's Mage Squad." Just as Lin Xian was about to speak, Lin Xian spoke first. "Let me say it. You have to listen to him. He'll definitely take on everything. He's such a person. He's too stubborn. How can there be no deaths or injuries in war? Back then, he was refining pills in the temple, and I was participating in the defense of Jialing Pass. In one battle, my arm was cut off by the enemy. Later, although it was reattached, it wasn't very flexible. Lin Xian seemed to have gone mad. He insisted that he didn't protect me well. Then he changed. He broke his oath and began to practice offensive magic. At the same time, he developed all kinds of pills to heal my arm. Now my arm has been completely healed. After he practiced offensive magic, his ability increased greatly. At the same time, he joined the battlefield. Because of his outstanding performance on the battlefield and the rapid increase in his strength, he was recognized by the upper echelons of the magic temple. He accumulated military merits and was promoted to the position of mage squad leader. Hearing Lin Xian say this, both Long Haochen and Han Yu were shocked. Han Yu said, "You actually learned offensive magic?" Lin Xian's narration was very simple, as if an outsider was describing a very ordinary thing. But with Long Haochen's understanding of Lin Xian, he could deeply feel the strong impact of Lin Xian's broken arm on Lin Xian. One must know that the reason why Lin Xian swore not to learn offensive magic was because his parents died in the research of magic. One could imagine the impact of this shadow on him. And because of Lin Xian's injury, Lin Xian actually walked out of the shadow. In order to protect Lin Xian, he learned offensive magic. At this moment, Long Haochen was finally relieved. The once unreliable mage who didn't know how to attack had finally grown up and could really protect his sister. Taking a step forward, Long Haochen stood in front of Lin Xian. Looking at Long Haochen's clear eyes, Lin Xian's heartbeat suddenly sped up. Anyone could see the anxiety in his heart. Lin Xian was about to say something, but Long Haochen raised his hand to stop her. Raising both hands, Long Haochen grabbed Lin Xian's shoulders. "Brother, good job. You've worked hard these days." Lin Xian was stunned. He had thought countless times about how the leader would treat him after reuniting with Long Haochen, but he had never received such an answer. In an instant, tears filled his eyes. In these 2 years, he had really put in too much. His craziness in magic training made even Tan Wan, who is known as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the magic temple, feel inferior. He trained almost crazily, but he still had to make time to research medicine for Lin Xian. Every day, his real rest time was less than 4 hours. Only in the process of crazily and stubbornly cultivating could he alleviate the pain and guilt in his heart to some extent. There were a few times when he had experienced the most dangerous elemental backlash because of excessive training, but even so he had forcefully endured it. At this moment, although Long Haochen only said a simple sentence, it made Lin Xian feel that all his efforts were worth it. The leader didn't blame him. Boss. In the instant that the huge pressure in his heart was finally released, Lin Xian's somewhat closed heart finally opened up completely. He cried bitterly, and the emotions that he had been suppressing finally burst out like a mountain torrent. Han Yu wanted to step forward to comfort him, but was stopped by Lin Xian. She was the clearest about Lin Xian's current mental state. The knot in his heart had finally been released, and it was definitely better to let him cry than to keep it in his heart. Lin Xian's emotional release lasted for almost a quarter of an hour before he gradually calmed down. Although his eyes were red and swollen from crying, his gaze was clearly much gentler. His tense heartstrings finally relaxed, and the huge psychological pressure was gone. However, the intense feeling of fatigue caused him to directly fall asleep in Lin Xian's arms. These days he had given himself too much pressure. After letting it all out, he needed a good rest to truly let his body and mind return to normal. 2 days later, at Jialing Pass. What did the magic temple rely on to defend Jialing Pass? Without a doubt, it was the magicians. In the magic temple, there were a total of 10 regular magician groups. Each group had 500 people, and all of them were magicians with a cultivation of grade 5 and above. As for magicians with a cultivation of less than grade 5, they could only be the reserve force and were not allowed to enter the battlefield. This was the magic temple's protection for low-level magicians. After all, nurturing a magician was not as easy as nurturing a warrior. Every magician was the magic temple's most valuable asset. Perhaps among those low-level magicians, there might be another one like Li Jingji in the future. Other than the 10 regular magician groups, there were also a few more stronger groups of magicians, led by the magic temple's powerhouses. Every regular magician group had a single element. This was because this was the only way that there would be no elemental conflict during the battle. The reason why Lin Xian was chosen as the leader of the magician group was not because he was the strongest, but because the magician group was also known as the Burning Legion and was made up of all magicians with a fire element. Chapter 194. Boss, these are my brothers. Lin Xian proudly pointed at the 500 magicians on the walls of Jialing Pass, all wearing fiery red robes. After 2 days of rest, Lin Xian's physical condition had finally returned to normal. After untangling the knot in his heart and venting his emotions, his mental energy seemed to have improved to a certain extent. As the leader of the No. 1 Sorcerer Squad, he definitely could not rest for long. Once his mental energy recovered, he immediately returned to his post. Long Haochen and the rest had been here for a few days. Apart from Li Jingji's summon, they did not receive any orders or requests from the magic temple. In other words, they were completely free men. Lin Xian was still the leader of the No. 1 Sorcerer Squad. Under his warm invitation, Long Haochen and the rest followed him and Lin Xian to the Jialing Pass. With Lin Xian's current status in the Jialing Pass, it was naturally very easy for him to help them obtain identification. At the top of the Jialing Pass, the guards at the front were all tall, muscular, and heavily armored warriors. These warriors were almost all reinforcements from the warrior temple. Behind the warriors were all mages. The number of mages on the Jialing Pass was enough to shock anyone. Long Haochen saw at least 2,000 mages on the Jialing Pass. Furthermore, according to their different attributes, they belonged to different squads of mages, and the colors of their robes were also distinct. Looking into the distance from the top of the city wall, one could see 8 demon god pillars standing in the middle of the demon race's camp, like 7 stars surrounding the moon. The demon god pillar in the center was particularly huge, and a thick purple-black light constantly rose from this demon god pillar. One could faintly see a ferocious face in that purple-black light. The demon god of hell, Marbus, was the 5th demon god of the demons. The demon god of necromancy, Semakina, was stationed outside the dragon resisting pass, while the demon god of hell, Marbus, was here. This showed how much importance the demons placed on the Jialing Pass. Since the start of the Holy War, the Jialing Pass had the fewest casualties. Not only were there few casualties for the humans, but the demons too, because most of the time it was a battle between the magicians of both sides. No one could easily break through the other's defensive barrier. In terms of the overall strength of the mages, Jialing Pass was not inferior to their opponents at all, not to mention that they had the terrain and formations to rely on. Marbus had even personally fought a few times, but he was unable to gain any advantage and returned in failure every time. The fire mages of the Mage Squad 1 looked curiously at Long Haochen and the others. Long Haochen was undoubtedly the most eye-catching in his golden foundation armor. However, they were very disciplined and there was no sound of discussion. Lin Xian lowered his voice and asked Long Haochen, "Boss, when are we leaving? Let's go to the southeastern fortress and look for Yuan Yuan." The warrior's temple was located further south from Jialing Pass. After reuniting with Long Haochen, Lin Xian was even more eager to meet up with his companions. Long Haochen smiled and said, "There's no hurry. Since we have come to Jialing Pass, We should contribute to Jialing Pass. Let's talk about it after a few battles. Let's see if we can contribute to Jialing Pass. Of course, there was another reason why he decided to stay for the time being. The words of Long Tianyin and Li Jingji made him deeply understand the importance of the true integration of the Six Temples, and they had pinned their hopes on Long Haochen. In order to truly integrate the Six Temples, he first had to understand the Six Temples, and the battlefield was obviously the best place to understand. Our Jialing Pass is impregnable. We don't need an outsider like you to do anything. A cold voice sounded from not far away. Long Haochen and the others turned their heads and saw a man and a woman surrounded by dozens of magicians walking over. It was Xianyuan Yan and Tan Wan. Tan Wan walked in the front, and Xianyuan Yan was slightly behind her. Both of them were fully equipped with magician equipment, and there was a faint, strong, magical wave blooming from their bodies. Seeing them, Lin Xian was stunned first, and then he was enraged by their words. He stepped forward and shouted coldly, "What did you say?" Seeing Lin Xian, Xianyuan Yan obviously showed a trace of jealousy, but Tan Wan's expression was a little strange. She quickly glanced at Lin Xian, who was beside Lin Xian, and said coldly, "The defense of Jialing Pass does not need outsiders. Lin Xian, as the leader of the 1st Magician Regiment, you actually brought outsiders to the city without permission. I will impeach you to the temple for this matter." Lin Xian frowned and looked at Tan Wan with a somewhat complicated gaze. "Sister Meatball, why are you doing this?" When he called her Sister Meatball, Tan Wan's body visibly trembled, but she quickly suppressed her emotions. "Leader Lin, please behave yourself. I am the leader of the Storm Legion, not your sister. I order you to let these people go down the city immediately, or else. Don't blame me for being rude." The Storm Legion did not belong to the 10 regular magician regiments, but a magician regiment directly under the temple master of the magic temple, Li Jingji. After Tan Wan's cultivation broke through to the 7th rank, Li Jingji handed over this magician regiment, which was made up of wind magicians above the 7th rank, to her command. In terms of status, the Storm Legion was obviously higher than the 10 regular magicians, so it was not wrong to say that Tan Wan was Lin Xian's superior. Lin Xian's face alternated between red and white, but facing Tan Wan, it was obvious that he could not vent his anger. Long Haochen patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Forget it, Lin Xian. Since Jialing Pass does not need our help, we will go down first." After saying that, he called out to Kai, and Hanyu turned around and walked down the city. "Wait a minute," Tan Wan suddenly said. Long Haochen turned around. "Is Leader Tan Wan calling me?" Tan Wan nodded, and her eyes revealed a fierce look. She said in a deep voice, "Acting Holy Knight Leader has come to Jialing Pass. I wonder if I can ask Holy Knight Leader to give me some pointers and compare notes." "I will compare notes with you." Without waiting for Long Haochen to speak, Kai could not bear it any more, and a tyrannical, murderous intent swept out from her body. Long Haochen endured again and again, but she could not. The other party's repeated aggressiveness had already aroused the anger in Kai's heart. In front of the tyrannical, murderous intent emitted by Kai, the group of magicians could not help but change their expressions. Except for Tan Wan and Xianyuan Yan, the magicians behind them all took a few steps back, hurriedly urging their spiritual power to barely resist the invasion of the murderous intent. Tan Wan and Xianyuan Yan's expressions also changed. Xianyuan Yan had seen Kai's ability when she broke the seal, so it was a little better. However, Tan Wan was secretly shocked. The murderous intent on Kai's body was condensed, overbearing, and peerless. But before she displayed it, there was no trace of murderous intent. This cultivation cannot be underestimated. Long Haochen pressed down on Kai's shoulder. "Forget it. The 6 great temples are one family. Our strength should be vented on the enemy, not internal strife. Let's go." Saying that, he pulled Kai and turned to go down the city. Lin Xian looked deeply at Tan Wan, then chased after Long Haochen and the others. Lin Xian couldn't help but clench his fists. Looking at Tan Wan, his expression changed. At the side, Xian Yen sneered. Lin Xian, don't let something like this happen again in the future. Otherwise, we will impeach you from above. Scram, do you have the right to speak here? Lin Xian's suppressed anger was almost instantly ignited. He could not do anything to Tan Wan, but he did not fear Xian Yen. Xian Yen did not have a good temper. Being scolded by Lin Xian, he immediately became angry. The white staff in his hand pointed, and a golden arrow of light shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. A blue light flashed in his eyes, and a layer of water-like ripples appeared in front of him. When the arrow of light was still 2 meters away from him, it was directly disintegrated into elements. Immediately after, a loud and clear phoenix cry suddenly rose from Lin Xian's body. Strong blue flames burst out from his body like a volcano, causing the surrounding air to rise rapidly. The flames faintly condensed into the shape of a phoenix above Lin Xian's head, facing Xian Yen. In his eyes, a tyrannical killing intent was also revealed. From the looks of it, he really wanted to kill. Enough, stop! Tan Wan shouted angrily. She moved and stood between the two of them. Then, she turned to Xian Yen and shouted, "Let's go." Saying that, she turned and left. Needless to say, whether it was Xian Yen or Lin Xian, neither of them could do anything to Tan Wan. Xian Yen looked deeply at the rising flames on Lin Xian's body, and sharp light flashed in his eyes. With an angry snort, he turned and left. The blue flames slowly disappeared, and Lin Xian hatefully slapped the air, causing sparks to fly. On the other side, Lin Xian followed Long Haochen and the others down the city. Haochen! Sis, I'm fine. Long Haochen naturally understood that Lin Xian was trying to comfort him. Lin Xian sighed and said, "Speaking of which, Lin Xian is also in a difficult position. The conflict between him, Tan Wan, and Xian Yen has a lot to do with me." Oh. Long Haochen looked curiously and said, "I see that Lin Xian seems to be very respectful towards Tan Wan, but Tan Wan is targeting him." 2 days ago, Long Haochen had just met Palace Master Li Jingji, who was also the acting Holy Knight of the Knights Templars. With Tan Wan's status in the Magic Temple, no matter what, she should not be so impolite to him. Long Haochen had noticed that when Tan Wan spoke to them, her gaze was always on Lin Xian. That anger clearly had a lot to do with Lin Xian. It was more like they were the victims of her anger. Lin Xian said, "This matter is also caused by a misunderstanding. When Lin Xian was young, he lived in Jialing Pass. Tan Wan was a few years older than him, so he always called her Sister Meatball. When he was young, Tan Wan always took good care of him and treated him very well. Lin Xian lost his parents when he was young, so he was very attached to Tan Wan. As he grew older, family love gradually turned into other feelings. But there was a difference in age between the two, and Lin Xian swore not to practice offensive magic. Tan Wan tried to persuade him many times, but he still insisted. Later, Lin Xian's grandfather wanted to be transferred to the Holy City. Originally, Lin Xian didn't plan to go with his grandfather, but Tan Wan and Xian Yan's engagement made him very sad. He left a letter for Tan Wan and went to the Holy City with his grandfather. "We haven't contacted each other for a long time." In that letter, Lin Xian expressed his feelings for Tan Wan, and it could be considered a kind of catharsis. After coming to the Holy City, he devoted himself to the research of potionology and gradually let go of this feeling. Later, he got together with you and became a demon hunter. But what he didn't know was that after Tan Wan read his letter, she also discovered the feelings in her heart. She also liked Lin Xian. So, she asked Palace Master Li Jingji to come forward and annul the engagement. But because this matter was too sensitive, Palace Master Li Jingji let her cultivate in seclusion. On one hand, it was for her cultivation, and on the other hand, it was to prevent her from being in the eye of the storm. When Tan Wan finished her seclusion and wanted to find Lin Xian had already become a demon hunter and followed you to carry out a mission. Thus, the matter was delayed. When they met again in Jialing Pass, Lin Xian was already with me. Listening to Lin Xian's narration, Long Haochen and the other two looked at each other. Han Yu had a strange expression on his face as he said, "Is this hatred born from love?" Lin Xian smiled bitterly and said, "You can say that." So, I felt that Tan Wan was quite pitiful. No matter what she did, Lin Xian and I tried our best to endure it. Originally, when we returned to Jialing Pass, everyone knew that it was a misunderstanding. After all, when Lin Xian and I got together, he thought that she was already married to Xin Yuanyan. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. It could only be considered a freak accident. In the beginning, Tan Wan's attitude towards us was still considered good. But after Lin Xian decided to cultivate offensive magic for me, Tan Wan's attitude took a sharp turn for the worse, and she targeted him in all aspects. Moreover, she also seemed to think that her inability to be with Lin Xian had something to do with him joining Monster Hunters. You are all teammates in the same team as Lin Xian. Her attitude just now should be because of this matter. Han Yu smiled bitterly and said, "So it turns out that this is an undeserved calamity." Long Haochen said, "That Tan Wan's emotions were stimulated. It's also quite pitiful. I hope that there will be a chance to resolve this matter in the future." Lin Xian said, "I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The knot in her heart is deep unless I withdraw. But Lin Xian has done so much for me, I have already." Speaking up to here, this valiant female knight couldn't help but blush. After going through so many things, how could she not be deeply in love with Lin Xian? A man could give up so many years of persistence for a woman. How could she not be moved by this deep friendship? Right at this moment, suddenly, a sharp and long cry resounded in Jialing Pass. The atmosphere of the whole impregnable pass instantly became tense. Lin Xian's expression changed. The demons are attacking the city. I have to go back to help Lin Xian. Long Haochen, you guys go back to the temple to rest first. Long Haochen said in a deep voice, "Fighting against the demons is everyone's responsibility. Let's go, we will go up again. I believe that Tan Wan will also be guarding her post and won't be able to care about us." As he spoke, he was already leading the way up the city wall. He didn't give up fighting against the demons just because of the Holy Knight's face. Lin Xian couldn't help but secretly praise Long Haochen's determination. Meeting again, her brother had become more mature than before. When everyone reascended to the top of the Jialing Pass, they immediately felt a strong elemental fluctuation. This elemental fluctuation was not emitted by the mages, but came from Jialing Pass itself. Long Haochen clearly saw that on the ground of the city wall, every 50 meters, a circular magic circle with a diameter of 3 meters lit up. This magic circle was milky white, and the soft elemental fluctuation emitted a faint white halo from the ground, spreading to every corner of the city. Long Haochen sensed that these magic circles actually had the effect of gathering mana. Stepping in the magic circle, the speed of absorbing magical elements increased by at least 10%. Moreover, these magic circles seemed to have no attribute restrictions, and any element had the effect of increasing the condensation. Looking from a distance, outside Jialing Pass, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the 8 demon god pillars in the distance exuded a strong dark aura. The demon army's advancement speed was not fast at all, but layers of dark aura could be seen constantly surging from within the demon army and injected into the dark clouds in the sky. The core of the dark clouds was the demon god pillars of hell, and this was the joint casting of the hell demons. Although the distance was still far, there was already a strong pressure rushing in the direction of the city wall. The air outside Jialing Pass also began to distort and ripple, which was the beginning of the enchantment. The reason why Long Haochen and the others were able to break through the barrier was because Kai used her death god scythe to break through the surface, only tearing a very small crack. Moreover, they were able to enter the inside of the barrier in an instant. However, this kind of large-scale collision was another situation. With the obstruction of the enchantment, not a trace of dark aura overflowed into Jialing Pass. On the city wall, a large number of magical elements had begun to shine, mainly concentrating on the 5 attributes of water: fire, earth, wind, and light. Among the 10 standing legions of Jialing Pass, 5 were on duty on the city wall, and together with the soldiers in front of them, they had occupied the entire Jialing Pass. Long Haochen and the others quickly came to Lin Xian's side, and at this time, Lin Xian had already begun to command the mages to chant a spell. They were chanting a grade 5 spell, which was specially used to compress their own spiritual power. The demons were still far away, and had not yet reached the range of their magic. A mage's magic was limited by the distance, and could only exert its greatest power within a certain distance. The stronger the mage, the further the distance. Long Haochen realized that these mages stood together in groups of 6, forming a magic hexagram. Along with the chanting of the spell, they raised the staff in their hands at the same time, and the elements of the same attribute gathered between them, quickly condensing spiritual power. Joint casting. With Long Haochen's sensitivity to the elements, he could feel that this joint casting was not only to enhance the power of the magic, but also to increase the attack range of the magic. This must have been specially researched by the magic temple, as expected of a powerful temple that was comparable to the Knights Templars. Lin Xian did not participate in these magic arrays, and when he saw Long Haochen and the others return to his side, he was immediately overjoyed. "Boss!" Lin Xian was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Long Haochen. "Let's face the enemy with all our strength first. We'll all listen to your command." Okay. After 2 years of training, Lin Xian was also very different from before, and his dependence on Long Haochen was significantly reduced. Although the demon army was advancing slowly, it gave people a feeling that it was as solid as a rock. With every step forward, the formation became more stable. The black airflow in the sky gradually shrouded the demon army, and from the top of the city, it was gradually impossible to see their appearance. The fluctuations of the magical elements on Jialing Pass were also becoming more and more intense, like an extremely powerful ancient demonic beast that could spit out its strongest attack at any time. The pressure produced by both sides was extremely terrifying. Whether it was the humans or the demons, they were all waiting for the moment to reach the critical point, which was the intersection point of the 2 sides' attack range. If one looked down from a distance, they could see that the colors of both sides were clearly distinguished. On the side of the demons, it was black with a hint of purple, and on Jialing Pass, there was a colorful halo. Even a Type 9 powerhouse would feel small and insignificant when facing such a powerful might. Lin Xian stood beside Long Haochen and said in a low voice, "The first round of collision is the most intense. It is a collision where both sides accumulate all their strength, but it will not cause any casualties. But neither side dares to be careless and has to go all out. Otherwise, if the opponent has the advantage, they will be completely suppressed. After the first round of collision, the demons will start to attack the city, and that is when the war will really begin. My flame of heart is a bit special, and I can't cast spells together with them. When the enemy attacks the city, I will start to attack." Long Haochen said, "If I cast support magic, will it affect their joint casting?" Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait until the demons attack the city. I am worried that after the joint casting is affected, there will be unnecessary fluctuations. Moreover, With the strength of our brothers, it will not be a problem to withstand the attack of the demons. Lin Xian's caution was reasonable. Although he had more confidence in Long Haochen than anyone else, it was better not to take unnecessary risks. After the start of the Holy War, Jialing Pass and the demons had fought many times, and each time, the demons did not gain the upper hand. In other words, even without Long Haochen's help, they could still withstand the enemy's attack. In that case, why let Long Haochen take the risk? If it had the opposite effect, wouldn't it ruin the boss's reputation? Long Haochen nodded slightly. He had never cooperated with so many mages, especially when these mages were in a joint casting situation, so he did not have absolute confidence. From Lin Xian's words, he could also hear that the magic temple was very confident. In that case, why should he take the risk? The strong elemental fluctuations became more and more intense, and the demon army in the distance suddenly accelerated without warning. In the sky, a strong purple-black light surged violently, and in the process of surging, it gradually gathered into a hideous demon head. Something's not right. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. Compared with the previous attacks of the demons, this time the demons seemed to have launched a little earlier. At this moment, the huge demon head slowly raised, and from its mouth, a purple-black light pillar rose into the sky. Then 7 other light pillars of different colors, but all with black light, shot out like lightning. The momentum of the 7 stars accompanying the moon was completely presented in mid-air. The cold chanting could be heard clearly even from the top of Jialing Pass. The black light emitted from the 8 demon god pillars all condensed together, making the demon head more solid. It was like a real demon from hell that had really awakened, and it brazenly rushed toward the top of Jialing Pass. Forbidden spell. The forbidden spell released by the 8 demon gods together. As the skull flew forward, the dark clouds from before became its tail flame, and in the process of its rapid flight, it continued to merge inwards. Forbidden spell, Lin Xian blurted out, and at the same time his expression changed drastically. He immediately ordered, "Concentrate the attack. Don't let it get close." The demon's sudden change of move had obviously caught Jialing Pass off guard. Moreover, it seemed that this change of move was launched by the 7 demon gods, led by the demon god of hell, Marbus, and all the mages of the demons. The ferocious demon head gave off a feeling of desperation. The power of this attack was definitely not comparable to an ordinary forbidden spell. The moment it appeared in the air, most of the mages on the top of Jialing Pass felt their blood freeze. Even the seal that guarded Jialing Pass could not bring them any sense of security. All of this happened too suddenly. It seemed that it only took the 8 demon gods of the demons a very short time to complete the whole incantation. The sudden outbreak made it a little too late for Jialing Pass to react. The commanders of the various mages on the wall were also battle-hardened. Like Lin Xian, they all reacted immediately. On the top of the wall, a large number of magic lights erupted rapidly, like a storm, shooting toward the terrifying forbidden spell in the air. "Han Yu, help me!" Long Haochen shouted to Han Yu, who was next to him, and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. Fine, low sounds of incantation sounded from his mouth, with a strange rhythm and scale, echoing in a very small area. With the improvement of his cultivation, Long Haochen's vision was also much higher than before. The moment the demon had appeared, he clearly judged that the power of the mages on Jialing Pass would definitely not be able to withstand it. Of course, he also could not withstand it. However, he still had to do his best. Even if it was just to delay for a period of time, it could buy some time for Jialing Pass to resolve this fatal attack. Han Yu sat cross-legged behind Long Haochen, his hands pressed on Long Haochen's back. He and Long Haochen had a retainer contract, so it was much easier for them to transfer spiritual power to each other. Even without Lin Xian's conjoined panacea pill, he could achieve the corresponding effect. At the same time, he He also opened his light, blessing, spiritual stove. This was the real reason why Long Houchen asked him to help. The orange radiance of the golden foundation battle armor became more and more intense, and pure light elements converged in Long Houchen's direction at an astonishing speed. In fact, what Long Houchen did not know was that the 8 demon gods' sudden and all-out attack was closely related to him. During this period of time, the demon god Samakina outside Dragon Resisting Pass had been seriously injured, and the demon army had been routed. Outside Exorcist Pass, Sidi had been injured, and the demon army had suffered heavy losses. 2 great strongholds had problems in succession, and the news had been reported to the demon emperor. The demon emperor's first reaction was that the humans were about to launch a counterattack. Although he did not believe that the humans had the ability to counterattack, the facts were in front of him. Although the demon emperor's goal was only to weaken the human strength, he was by no means a good person. The Temple League's resistance suddenly became stronger, and the demon emperor immediately issued orders to the other 4 great demon army outside the strongholds to put pressure on the Temple League. They must suppress their thoughts of counterattack and weaken their strength as much as possible. When Long Houchen and the others arrived at Jialing Pass, the demon god Marbus had also just received this order. After 2 days of preparation, the 8 demon gods used the demon god pillar to store the forbidden curse incantations, and then launched the attack once again. Using the demon god pillar to store the forbidden curse incantations could be extracted at any time, and there was no need to chant for a long time. However, this would also greatly consume the spiritual power contained in the demon god pillar, so the demon gods normally would not use it lightly. This time, in order to deal a heavy blow to Jialing Pass, Marbus decided to attack like this. Under the effect of the suddenness, Jialing Pass was indeed caught unprepared. The first to attack was the Wind Mage team in the distance. Wind magic was the fastest, be it incantation chanting or attack speed. In the air, the ear-piercing screeches made Long Houchen and the others feel as though they were back in the cave of Dread Hell. Huge green spears with tornadoes spiraling around them headed straight for the devil's head. Nearly 100 streaks of green light struck the terrifying black forbidden spell in a rhythmic manner. When they got close, the light in front of the demon head suddenly became distorted, and a large number of tornadoes were directly swept away by the distorted light. Only a few of them hit the true body of the forbidden curse. However, it only slowed down the speed of the forbidden curse a little. The second to attack was the Earth Mage. In the sky, countless stones the size of millstones fell from the sky, like a torrent crashing into the pitch-black forbidden curse. Needless to say, the effect of earth magic was indeed much stronger than wind magic in this situation. Although a portion of the stones slid away, most of the falling stones still hit the forbidden curse, causing its speed to be slowed down again. However, if one observed closely, they would notice that when the stones hit the demon head, they would quickly dissolve and disappear. It only slowed down the speed of the forbidden curse, but did not weaken its power by much. After the earth was water, or more accurately ice, rays of blue light interweaved and condensed in the air. In the end, they actually condensed together and turned into an ice ball that was much bigger than the demon head, brazenly crashing into it. The collision was short, and there was no violent explosion. Looking from the top of the Jialing Pass, one could see that the huge ice ball was actually melting from the center at a shocking speed, turning into countless pitch-black raindrops that fell from the sky and made sizzling sounds when they landed on the ground. Finally, it was fire. The mages under Lin Xian's command split into groups of 6, and dozens of huge exploding fireballs flew towards the demon head like a meteor shower under the amplification of the spell formation on the wall. Ice and fire, 2 completely opposite elements, could often produce a miraculous effect when they intersected. The scorching heat after the cold could greatly damage the internal structure of the enemy's magic. Unfortunately, it seemed to be ineffective this time. The exploding fireballs caused the black forbidden curse to shine brightly, showing the violence of the fire element. However, the the black demon had withstood all of them. After experiencing the impact of the 4 elements, its size only decreased by 1/5. In other words, almost 2,000 mages working together could only reduce its attack power by 1/5. If such a terrifying forbidden curse were to fall on the Jialing Pass, the consequences would be unimaginable. The demon god of hell, Marbus, looked coldly at the Jialing Pass in the distance. At this moment, the black flames that followed behind the demon head had completely merged into its body. I want to see how you are going to resist my forbidden curse. Hell's Descent Forbidden Curse. Samikina was actually injured by a human's attack. It was said that it was very serious, and even his domain was almost broken. Very well, let me take revenge for you. Marbus and Samikina had a very good relationship, and the demons and hell demons had the closest relationship. The 2 demons together could faintly fight against the moon devils and star demons, who had fewer numbers. It was clear that it was very powerful. The super forbidden curse that he used at this moment was based on his own proficiency in Hell's Descent, and it was cast with the power of the other 7 demon gods and his people. Its power was so great that even he couldn't estimate it. Today, he didn't think of attacking more. As long as this attack could destroy the front wall of the Jialing Pass, after the demon god pillars recovered, how long could the Jialing Pass stop them after losing its natural barrier? If he could destroy the magic temple, it would definitely be the heaviest blow to the Temple League. Bang! At this moment, Hell's Descent and the seal of Jialing Pass fiercely collided. After 4 rounds of magic, the power of Hell's Descent was only slightly weakened. The moment it collided with the seal, the entire Jialing Pass trembled. The violently distorted light surged crazily, and the seal's power was fully displayed. Circles of white halos condensed in the direction of Hell's Descent from all directions, trying to dissolve it. The demon head formed by Hell's Descent became even more ferocious, frantically struggling to break through. It could be seen that at the center of contact between it and the seal, a hole had gradually formed. It looked like it was only a matter of time before it broke through. At this moment, dozens of dazzling golden light pillars shot out from another direction of Jialing Pass. Their target was the hole formed by Hell's Descent. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian couldn't help but be slightly surprised and looked in the direction of the golden light. Although he hated Xian Yuanyan, he had to admit that this guy was very good at commanding his light mage group. He had been patiently waiting for this opportunity until now. Light and darkness were 2 opposite elemental attributes. If they were to launch it in advance, they would definitely be like the other mage groups and have a portion of the attack slid away. However, at this moment, Hell's Descent was clashing with the seal of Jialing Pass, and the hole formed was its core position. Launching an attack from this position made it impossible for this tyrannical forbidden spell to dodge. Moreover, all the light magic that could be used against it were all released at its core position, reducing the power of Hell's Descent to the greatest extent. As expected, under the impact of the golden light, one could clearly see that the power of Hell's Descent was greatly reduced. The combined attack of 500 light mages completely weakened its power. Chapter 195. Xian Yuanyan pointed his staff forward and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the power of Hell's Descent was starting to decrease. The attack was effective. The light magicians behind him didn't need his orders at all. They all poured out their spiritual power, hoping to cooperate with the seal to block Hell's Descent outside. Their attack seemed to be very successful. Hell's Descent's forbidden spell was shrinking at an alarming speed. However, in the distance, the demon god of hell, Marbus, revealed a strange smile. If the forbidden spell launched by the 8 demon gods could be so easily blocked, then they wouldn't be worthy of their status. The size of Hell's Descent quickly shrank to 1/10 of its original size under the strong impact of the light magic and the obstruction of the seal. At this moment, Xian Yuanyan couldn't help but look in Lin Xian's direction with a pleased expression. However, at this moment, the surroundings suddenly quietened down. All sound seemed to have been sucked away in an instant. Xianyuan Yen subconsciously turned his head to look in the opposite direction. He was horrified to see that the Hell's Descent, which had shrunk to an extremely small size, was now frozen in its original position. Large patches of black net-like patterns spread out rapidly with it as the center, outlining the originally colorless seal of Jialing Pass. In the next instant, boom! A monstrous roar resounded, bringing with it an unparalleled ferocity. The devil's head once again exploded to its previous size, and the seal of Jialing Pass instantly shattered. Xianyuan Yen and the 500 light magicians behind him let out a muffled groan at the same time, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The shrinking of Hell's Descent was for a more powerful explosion. The power of this forbidden spell was so terrifying that it already had a certain degree of intelligence. Xianyuan Yen and the others' attack was actually effective. Hell's Descent had shrunk a little, but at this moment who could block its attack? Without the protection of the seal, everyone on the walls of Jialing Pass felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire. The terrifying dark elements were sweeping over at an alarming speed. The green wind appeared once again. Compared to the wind magicians from before, the green wind looked even purer this time. Strong wind elements surged out from all directions, forming a huge tornado that connected the heavens and the earth, enveloping Hell's Descent within it. The violent winds were actually trying to blow it high into the sky, using the power of the wind to madly exhaust the power of Hell's Descent. The Storm Legion, commanded by Tan One, finally took action. The defense of Jialing Pass wasn't that easy to break through. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to defend the pass since the start of the Holy War. The Stormwind Legion's attack was even more tyrannical than the combined might of the 5 great legions. They were composed of wind mages of the 7th tier and above. Their first move was a powerful joint spell. The power of this tornado was already at the level of a forbidden spell. Clearly, they had been working together for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cast a Tier 7 spell so easily in such a short time. As the tornado swept over, Hell's Descent shrank once again, trying to reduce its contact with the tornado as much as possible. It was as stable as a boulder, and no matter how the tornado attacked, it didn't budge. The confrontation between the two sides had reached its climax. The demons suddenly launched an attack, and Jialing Pass had already sent people to invite the most powerful magician corps and the higher-ups of the magic temple. However, it would still take some time for them to arrive and cast the spell. As long as the magicians on the walls could hold on until then, the demons' ambush would be in vain. 8 rays of black light suddenly appeared like 8 shocking rainbows. These 8 rays of light came from the 8 demon god pillars. They rushed into the tornado at an alarming speed and collided with Hell's Descent. With a shrill roar, Hell's Descent instantly tore apart the tornado surrounding it and flew towards the top of Jialing Pass, which was hundreds of meters away. If the 8 demon gods didn't attack, the Storm Legion could only stop Hell's Descent for a short period of time. However, Marbus knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If the Magic Temple's Magician Corps arrived, then even if Hell's Descent's attack eventually landed on Jialing Pass, the destructive effect would be far from what he had planned. On the walls of Jialing Pass, all the magicians could not help but be shocked. The entire top of the walls had already been covered in a layer of black. Everyone knew that as long as the forbidden spell landed on Jialing Pass, the walls of Jialing Pass would definitely be destroyed, and they would all become burial objects for Jialing Pass. From the moment the forbidden spell was launched to the moment it reached the top of Jialing Pass, everything happened in less than 10 seconds. Everyone felt the fear of being shrouded by death. A golden light suddenly shone without warning, just like the sudden light of dawn. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the golden light was actually rainbow-colored. Under the strange golden light, a figure appeared and hovered in midair outside the top of Jialing Pass, blocking the path of Hell's Descent. A golden hexagram shone on his back, and a majestic unicorn that emitted intense golden light floated over, carrying his body. Golden mask, golden armor, and the pure aura of light of the king of starlight unicorns. Not only did he bring light to Jiaoling Pass, but he also brought hope. The rainbow-colored golden light shrouded his body, and layers of golden halos rose from the king of starlight unicorns, resonating with the rainbow-colored golden light. On the back of the unicorn, the knight put his palms together, and a clear incantation came from his mouth. Behind him, the rainbow-colored light condensed into a huge female shadow, also sitting with her palms together. Strangely enough, the fearsome and mighty Hell's Descent Forbidden spell actually stopped right in front of him. Compared to the majestic aura of Hell's Descent, the Golden Knight was just a drop in the ocean. However, he actually stopped Hell's Descent and could not rush up to Jiaoling Pass when it was so close. All the mages of Jiaoling Pass were stunned at this moment. Of course, they recognized that the golden armor knight was wearing was the attire of the Knights Templars' adamantine knight. However, most of them didn't know why a knight would come here at this time and help them block this incomparably terrifying forbidden spell. A mere rank 8 knight could resist the super forbidden spell cast by the 8 demon gods and all the hell demons? Even if the Knight of the Seal was here, he might not be able to do it. Yes, Long Haochen could not do it. Even if he was already a rank 9, he could not block the power of the forbidden spell with his own strength. Even if the forbidden spell had been weakened by the magicians, he was not blocking it now, but restricting it. He used a special magic similar to Star Demon Vasak's great prophecy to restrict Hell's Descent. The pure light elements he released could not even weaken Hell's Descent, but at least before his spiritual power was exhausted, the forbidden spell could not move forward. Prayer of Light. This magic had surpassed the scope of light magic. It should be called a holy magic. And the most proficient in holy magic was the Temple of the Priests, not the Knight. It was also learned from the Cave of Illusion. There, Long Haochen learned the most about the Guardian Knight skills, and the Prayer of Light was engraved in the innermost part of the cave. This holy magic was very difficult to grade. It had the same effect no matter what opponent it faced, praying in exchange for peace. The ancestors of the Knights Templars who left this magic in the Cave of Illusion explained it as such. The Prayer of Light was the will of God and also the seal of God. Human power could never truly master this ability, but it could be borrowed with a price and a time limit. Pray with the most sincere attitude. The purer the heart, the more powerful the light of the Prayer of Light. This holy magic originated from the High Elves, so even the Temple of the Priests did not know how to use it. After thousands of years, this strange holy magic finally saw the light of day and was used by Long Haochen. The moment Hell's Descent appeared, Long Haochen's powerful spiritual power faintly felt a strong sense of unease. At the same time, the incantation of the Prayer of Light also appeared in his mind. This was an instinct, and it was the judgment of light. Long Haochen did not doubt the guidance of light, so he immediately asked Hanyu for help and began to chant this magic. It turned out that his choice was right. No one was more suitable to cast this holy magic than him. Compared to the time when he cast Holy Rain, Long Haochen's consumption was much less. The whole process of casting the holy magic could be described as a matter of course. There was no pause or bottleneck, and the incantation was completed in one go. Han Yu's spiritual power was completely given to Long Haochen. In addition to the powerful recovery ability brought by the spiritual stove of light and the assistance of the adamantine base armor, Long Haochen still had a considerable amount of spiritual power left when he completed this magic. Yes, who else was more qualified to cast holy magic than the favored? The Prayer of Light was triggered by the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield, which was why everyone saw the colorful golden light. Long Haochen could deeply feel the power of the super forbidden spell Hell's Descent. He was even more clear that the Prayer of Light that he cast with his own power was far from enough to stop it. so he had to rely on the power of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. After activating the power of the artifact last time, Long Houchen now had a higher degree of compatibility with the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield, and he also found some of the mysteries of activating the artifact's power. With his current level of cultivation, if he wanted to release the power of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield, he would need to cast at least an attack of the level of a forbidden spell. It turned out that he had succeeded again. The Prayer of Light had sealed the Hell's descent. The small golden light and the terrifying black light were in a stalemate in midair. Xian Yuanyan was stunned, and so was Tan Wan. Of course, they knew who the person who suddenly appeared and blocked the attack of the demons was. Not long ago, they chased him off the city wall. Not long ago, Tan Wan had challenged him to a duel. At this moment, Tan Wan's mood was indescribable. It was a strange feeling, but more than that, it was shock. Almost 3,000 mages working together could not stop the terrifying forbidden spell of the demons. But that person had done it with his own power. Tan Wan knew that Long Houchen must have had some tricks up his sleeve, and the situation would not last long. However, in the face of such a super forbidden spell, to have the courage to stand in front of it was already something that ordinary people could not do. A feeling of shame appeared in Tan Wan and Xian Yuanyan's hearts at the same time. They were both saying the same thing to themselves. I actually wanted to challenge such a person just now. Tan Wan's mood was the most affected, because she had seen with her own eyes how young the knight on a golden pedestal, the acting Holy Knight of Knights Templars, was. Tan Wan deeply remembered when she rushed to her teacher and asked him, "Is he really as young as he looks?" Palace Master Li Zhengji only nodded slightly, but Tan Wan was extremely shocked at that time. Rank 8, a knight who looked even younger than her had actually reached rank 8. He was also the leader of the monster hunters that Lin Xan was in, and the acting Holy Knight of Knights Templars. Was there really such a big gap between them? At this moment, in the face of this huge crisis, Long Houchen used his own power to prove to Tan Wan the gap between them. "Continue to attack. What are you waiting for?" Lin Xian's voice, which was triggered by spiritual power, rang through the entire Jialing Pass. Only then did the mages wake up from their daze. Passionate and high-pitched chants resounded from the top of Jialing Pass. Two figures flew out from the top of Jialing Pass almost at the same time, heading straight for where Long Houchen was. One on the left and one on the right, they stopped beside Long Houchen. Strangely enough, after being restrained by the light prayer, the aura of Hell's descent was also restrained, so all the mages in Jialing Pass were no longer affected. The two people who flew out were Kaier and Lin Xan. The grim Reaper Scythe had already appeared in Kaier's hand. Her entire body was covered in a strange layer of gray. There was no killing intent flashing on her body, but her gray pupils stared coldly at the Hell's descent in front of her. Once Long Houchen's light prayer could no longer continue, she would definitely replace Long Houchen to attack this powerful forbidden spell of darkness. On the other side, Lin Xian was completely different from Kaier's preparation. As soon as he stopped beside Long Houchen, he released a fire magic attack that was more accurate and powerful than a textbook attack towards the forbidden spell of darkness. He pointed the fire crystal staff forward, and a huge fireball went straight for the Hell's descent. Lin Xian clearly remembered that when Long Houchen flew up to block the forbidden spell, he said two words to him: "Attack." With a tacit understanding between Lin Xian and Long Houchen, when Long Houchen blocked the Hell's descent and temporarily restrained it, Lin Xian understood what he meant. Long Houchen could only block it, but he could not solve it, but it could buy Jialing Pass some time. During this time, what they had to do was to weaken or even eliminate the power of Hell's descent as much as possible. The first blue fireball had just flown out, and the second one had already appeared at the tip of the staff. It could be said that the instant release of a grade 5 fireball was stored in a magic tool. But what about the second and third instant release? At this moment, the fire crystal staff in Lin Xian's hands seemed to have become a series of cannons, and huge dark blue fireballs flew towards Hell's Descent. Every fireball that landed on Hell's Descent would let out an intense roar, bringing with it a blue flame. Although the effect wasn't very obvious, under Lin Xian's continuous attacks, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Hell's Descent was starting to cave in a little at the spot he attacked. In other words, his attack was effective. Don't forget, he was only attacking by himself. The powerful might of the flame of the heart was showing. The instant Lin Xian's 18th bursting fireball ended, a huge skull made of blue flames flew out of the fire crystal staff, becoming the 19th wave of attack. With just that one moment of buffering, Lin Xian's back was already glowing with a pair of blue flames in the shape of a dragon. Legendary grade equipment, Fire Dragon Wings, 100% increase in mana gathering, 100% increase in movement speed, and Fire Dragon protection. At this moment, what Lin Xian needed was obviously not protection, but to increase his mana gathering speed. The Fire Curse spell was just a continuous process. He spread his Fire Dragon Wings, and the fireballs appeared again. Another 18 consecutive fireballs appeared. From the start of his attack to the end of the 36th fireball, the entire process took less than a minute. At this moment, Lin Xian had completely exceeded his usual performance. Even a grade 8 magician might not be able to achieve this kind of attack power and attack speed. Moreover, he was using the grade 8 flame of the heart. All the bursting fireballs landed on the same spot. At the same time as the 36th fireball ended, a resonant phoenix cry resounded from Lin Xian's body, and the huge blue phoenix soared into the sky, bringing with it a dazzling blue flame as it pounced on that devil head. The violent explosion caused the dark spiritual energy on the devil's head to fluctuate violently. At this moment, Lin Xian's attack finally ended. The most beautiful magic wasn't necessarily the most effective, and Lin Xian's method of attacking a fixed target was clearly the most powerful he could achieve. When the blue flame Phoenix spiritual cauldron launched its attack, he had already tossed several pills into his mouth. Don't forget, he was also a potioneering apothecary. In terms of endurance and explosive power, he was almost invincible among mages of the same rank. Naturally, Lin Xian wasn't the only one attacking. In the face of a life and death crisis, all the mages on the city wall used their strongest magic. They all attacked from the side, and those with strong control even circled their magic to the back of Hell's Descent to avoid accidentally injuring Long Houchen's group of 3. Some of the bolder and stronger mages also flew to Long Houchen's side like Lin Xian and unleashed their magic attacks at close range. The infernal demon god Marbus stared dumbfoundedly at this scene from afar. His fierce eyes were filled with disbelief. The moment the prayer of light appeared, he realized that he had lost contact with Hell's Descent. Even with his cultivation, it was still difficult to control this super forbidden spell that was comparable to a full blow from the Demon Emperor. He didn't expect the magic temple to have the ability to temporarily seal this super forbidden spell. He also knew that this seal wouldn't last for long. However, the mages of the magic temple reacted extremely quickly and had already begun to attack the forbidden spell with all their might. With this kind of consumption, it was hard to say how much attack power Hell's Descent would have when the seal ended. As the 5th demon god of the demons, one of the 5 demon god pillars, Marbus naturally had his own decisions. He pointed his right hand in the direction of Jiaoling Pass and said in a low, powerful voice, "Tak." Although Hell's demons were the backbone of the demon army outside Jiaoling Pass, they were by no means the entire force. Following Marbus's order, the demon army suddenly launched a full-scale attack on Jiaoling Pass like a tide. The power of Hell's Descent was resisted, but all the mages of Jiaoling Pass were also pinned down. At the same time, Long Houchen couldn't hold on any longer. Although the Prayer of Light's main purpose was to use the power of God to seal, It also required a huge amount of spiritual power as support. Long Haochen used the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield to enhance his prayer of light, but his own spiritual power consumption rate was also extremely terrifying. At this time, the colorful golden light that bloomed from his body was obviously unstable and could collapse at any time. Kai, Ur's hands that were holding the grim Reaper scythe unconsciously clenched. Once Long Haochen's prayer of light ended, then they would bear the brunt and become the target of this forbidden spell. Kai knew that she had to buy time for Long Haochen. Only then would it be possible for him to take her and Lin Xian through the Tower of Eternity and teleport away. At this critical moment, 6 balls of light suddenly flew out from the direction of Jialing Pass without warning. Each of these 6 balls of light had a diameter of about 10 meters. After quickly descending, the 6 colors of red, blue, green, yellow, gold, and black shone at the same time, intertwining into a gorgeous hexagram in the air, just in time to trap Hell's descent within it. The 6-colored light shield then rose, enveloping this greatly weakened super forbidden spell. As the golden light faded, Long Haochen grunted and ended the prayer of light. The Star King used his own spiritual power to help him stabilize his body so that he wouldn't fall. Without the seal of the prayer of light, the Hell's descent forbidden spell immediately rushed left and right in the 6-colored light shield, causing the light shield to emit bursts of violent tremors. At this time, the situation in the 6 balls of light could be seen clearly. Each of the balls of light had 6 magicians. There were a total of 36 people. Each of the 6 balls of light was led by a magician, and this powerful seal was cast by them together. If it was the Hell's descent forbidden spell in its peak state, they might not be able to seal it, but after a series of consumption, this seal that was laid by 6 level 9 magic gods and 30 level 8 sacred magicians could temporarily withstand the Hell's descent forbidden spell. The Magic Temple's Magician Legion finally arrived at this time and completed their magic, taking over Long Haochen's position. At the same time, a huge green light soared into the sky from within Jialing Pass. It first rose high into the sky, then slowly descended. Long Haochen, who was in a weakened state, was greatly shocked when he saw the green figure that was over 100 meters tall. That green figure looked like a human, but it actually looked like an enlarged version of the Magic Temple's master, the Wind Elemental Envoy, Li Jingji. However, at this time, Li Jingji's plump body was filled with endless majesty. He wore green armor and held a huge war blade in both hands. Green light lingered around his body, and gusts of wind constantly attacked his body. Every time the wind attacked, the green light on his body would grow a little stronger. In fact, Li Jingji had already arrived when Long Haochen launched his attack. Even with his cultivation, the Super Hell's descent forbidden spell was still very troublesome to deal with. He needed time to rush over, and it was obviously impossible for him to display his strongest ability in a hurry. Just as he was about to rush over, Long Haochen suddenly appeared on the battlefield and sealed the Hell's descent forbidden spell. Although this was not enough to turn the situation around, it was tantamount to giving Li Jingji timely help, as it bought him enough time. Seeing that Long Haochen was about to be unable to hold on, Li Jingji and the mages, who were already prepared, attacked at the same time. The huge green figure floated down and arrived in front of the 6th elemental seal. The long blade in his hand moved in the air, and suddenly an emerald green light directly slashed at the horrifying black mass of the Hell's descent forbidden spell. A strange scene appeared. The moment the blade slashed out, all the wind in the sky disappeared. In the next instant, a thin piece of the Hell's descent forbidden spell was cut off. It was a piece of spiritual power that was as black as ink. What was even more strange was that this piece of black Hell's descent was covered with a layer of emerald green light. The wind god's long blade that Li Jingji had transformed into shook, and the black light flew towards the demons in the distance. It landed in the vanguard camp of the demon army. The first thing that erupted was a strong wind. The hurricane scattered in all directions with a terrifying cutting force, followed by the power of the hell's descent. It could be clearly seen that under the thin black cover, the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters sunk by 10 meters at the same time, as long as the demons were within this range. Even if they were also of the dark attribute, they would be instantly melted into nothingness. Li Jingji's action had just begun. He stretched out the long blade in his hand and slashed fiercely at the hell's descent. He then threw the spiritual power of the hell's descent at the demon army. After just a few slashes, the charging momentum of the demon army was completely suppressed, giving them a taste of their own medicine. This was what a true powerhouse was like. Seeing this scene, Long Haochen couldn't help but feel dazzled. He couldn't see how Li Jingji did it at all. As a mage, he was now like a god descending to the world, and all he used were martial arts. This ability could no longer be simply described as powerful. Almost as soon as he appeared, he immediately reversed the situation and turned defeat into victory. He even used the super forbidden spell, Hell's Descent, as his weapon. As expected of the Wind Elemental Ambassador, known as the strongest powerhouse of the 6 major temples. There were more than 36 mages in the Magic Temple's team of mages. Dozens of mages landed on the city wall one after another, reorganizing the mages, reorganizing and recovering their spiritual power, ready to continue fighting at any time. At this time, the surprise attack of the demons had been completely resolved. Li Jingji's series of attacks had killed at least 10,000 demons. The demon god of hell, Marbus, finally couldn't help but take action. Although he had consumed a lot of energy previously, he couldn't just watch his subordinates be slaughtered by Li Jingji. In a flash, the 8 demon gods all flew into the air, using their respective powers to resist the spiritual power of the hell's descent thrown out by Li Jingji. In an instant, the spiritual power in the sky surged, and various colors of light flew everywhere. The wind god transformed by Li Jingji seemed to be able to fight against 8 demons alone, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Although this was related to the weakened state of the 8 demon gods. The ability of the Wind Elemental Ambassador to be able to do this showed how powerful he was. At this moment, Long Haochen and the rest had already returned to the Jialing Pass. As they recovered their spiritual power, Long Haochen's gaze never left Li Jingji. It was extremely helpful for him to be able to witness a battle between powerhouses of such a high level. Using his powerful mental strength to sense the spiritual power in the air, Long Haochen gradually understood Li Jingji's battle style. It was definitely a spell, and Li Jingji was at the core of the spell. Long Haochen was a god blessed himself, so he could sense that Li Jingji's spell had truly borrowed the power of the wind god. However, Long Haochen borrowed the power of the goddess of light because of his identity as a god blessed, while Li Jingji borrowed the power of the wind god because of his powerful abilities and his affinity with the wind element. Conservatively, Long Haochen estimated that Li Jingji's internal spiritual power was at least 300,000. Furthermore, he should have at least one relic with him. The battle did not last for too long. The demon gods were all selfish. Sensing Li Jingji's power, Marbus did not want to fight him to the death. When the 8 demon gods charged out to block Li Jingji's attack, they had already given the order to retreat. The demons' morale plummeted as they advanced and retreated. Meanwhile, the power of the super forbidden spell, Descending Hell, gradually weakened under Li Jingji's continuous weakening. The power of breaking the seal became weaker and weaker. Finally, as the 6-colored seal pressed inward, the Descending Hell forbidden spell disappeared with a poof. It also announced the end of the battle. Li Jingji did not continue to chase after the demons who had retreated. Instead, he held his blade in front of him and looked at the 8 demon gods who were retreating slowly. He looked like he was about to attack the sky with his blade. At this moment, the Jialing Pass had become a sea of joy. Although the battle today was dangerous, the final outcome could be said to be perfect. There were no casualties on the side of the Jialing Pass, but the enemy suffered a heavy blow. At least for the time being, they did not dare to attack again. When the descending hell-forbidden spell was destroyed, Long Houchen left the top of the city wall with his partners silently and went down the city wall. He had already done what he had to do. There was no point in staying any longer. Moreover, he did not want to see Tan Wan and Shen Yuanyan again. Regardless of whether they felt guilty, embarrassed, or continued treating him coldly, he was not willing to face them. When Long Houchen left, the wind god in the sky turned his head slightly and glanced in the direction he had left. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 3 days later, Xian, please come with us. I'm begging you, okay? How can I let you stay here? Lin Xian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, circling around Lin Xian's room. Lin Xian looked at him in amusement and said, "You! This bad habit of indecisiveness can never be changed in this life." Although she said so, her eyes were full of tenderness. "We are all demon hunters. You have your team, and I also have my own team. How can I give up on my teammates? Moreover, my strength can no longer keep up with you and Houchen. If I go, I will only become your hindrance. I have already discussed with Lu Shi. Before the end of this holy war, we will all stay in the Jialing Pass. It is safe enough here. You are a man, a member of the handsome Monster Hunt 64. We still have time in the future. Can you stay for me? We are demon hunters, and from the day we become demon hunters, our lives no longer belong to us. Don't you understand?" Lin Xian was silent. He had been persuading Lin Xian for almost an hour. After the battle 3 days ago, the situation in the Jialing Pass was even more stable. It was almost impossible for the demons to break through this impregnable pass. Moreover, with the relationship between the Magic Temple and the Knights Templars, Long Houchen decided to continue south to meet up with the others after discussing with his companions. Under such circumstances, Lin Xian was naturally in a difficult position. His relationship with Lin Xian was getting better day by day. How could he bear to part with her? Although he knew that what Lin Xian said was right, he could not accept it in his heart. Lin Xian stood up and walked in front of Lin Xian. She leaned into his arms and hugged his waist. "Silly, I should be the one who should be worried. Because your strength is getting stronger, the mission you have to complete will definitely be more difficult. Promise me, live well. Haven't you always wanted to? Today, I will give it to you. I hope you can have more worries and pay more attention to protect yourself. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Xian could not help but tremble. If it was in the past, he would definitely be excited. But at this moment of separation, how could he be happy? "No, Xian, I want to marry you legally. I can't let you be wronged, especially at this time. Especially at a time like this. How could I? I love you, Xian. I really can't bear to leave you." Lin Xian hugged Lin Xian tightly, feeling the elasticity and warmth of her body. He could not help but burst into tears. In the 64th Commander Grade Demon Hunt Squad, he was the one with the most fragile emotions. Lin Xian suddenly broke free from Lin Xian's arms and said fiercely, "What do you mean, you can't let me be wronged? I should be the one who can't let you be wronged. Do you think I can't just because you say so? You are a magician and I am a knight. Use your magic to stop me if you can." Under Lin Xian's dumbfounded gaze, his body was already pulled towards the bed by Lin Xian. This was a battle between a 6th grade knight and a 7th grade magician. In such a close distance, in a small dormitory, one could imagine who would win. Chapter 196. While Lin Xian was being forced by Lin Xian to fight, Long Houchen welcomed 2 guests. "Hello, Holy Knight Captain." When Long Houchen opened the door, the guests outside had already bowed to him respectfully. It was Tan Wan and Shen Yuanyan. Tan Wan's expression was normal, but Shen Yuanyan seemed a little awkward. He lowered his head slightly, unwilling to look at Long Houchen. Long Houchen looked at them in surprise. You two are... Tanwan was no longer as arrogant and cold as before. She smiled and said, "Can you let us in to talk?" "Please." Long Houchen stepped aside and invited the two into the room. At this time, he was still wearing the golden foundation armor. In order to hide his identity, he did not easily take off the armor even when he was training alone in a room. Fortunately, the golden foundation armor was very comfortable on him, and he did not feel uncomfortable. "Holy Knight Captain, we are here to apologize to you. What happened that day was my fault. At the same time, I thank you for your help in Jialing Pass. I am sorry." As she spoke, Tan Wan bowed respectfully to Long Houchen. This was no longer an etiquette that belonged to mages. It was a big etiquette between peers. Xianyuan Yen similarly bowed at the side, but his actions seemed to be slightly more forceful. After the battle that day, Long Houchen was once again summoned by the Magic Temple's master, Li Jingji. No one knew what they talked about, but not long after, the Magic Temple made an announcement announcing the heroic deeds of the acting Holy Knight Captain Jing Jin, 12 of the Knights Templars. They also said that the Magic Temple would forever remember this deep friendship. Long Houchen smiled and said, "You two don't have to do this. You did not do anything wrong. I only hope that the relationship between the Magic Temple and the Knights Templars can be improved in the near future. When that time comes, I will need the support of both of you." Tan Wan didn't respond to his words. Instead, she changed the topic. "Holy Knight, I heard that you're leaving, right?" Long Houchen nodded. "Jialing Pass is impregnable. I'll go to the other temple to have a look. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning." After a moment of silence, Tan Wan suddenly said, "Chief Holy Knight, I have a presumptuous request." Long Houchen was taken aback. "Please go ahead." Tan Wan said, "I wish to challenge you one-on-one." He didn't use any weapons or equipment and relied on his own abilities. "I know that my cultivation is far from being comparable to yours, but I really want to know how big the gap between us is." At this point, she seemed to be afraid that Long Houchen would misunderstand. She continued, "Ever since I became a magician, I've been doing my best to cultivate with Master as my goal. I hope to become a strong person like Master in the future, to fight for the Alliance, to fight for humanity, and to completely eliminate the demons. I just hope that you can become another goal for me to pursue. I'm just asking for your guidance, nothing else." Long Houchen thought for a moment and said, "All right. In that case, please find a secluded place, Commander Tan. Also, don't let there be any spectators." "Okay." Tan Wan seemed to understand Long Houchen's concerns and readily agreed. Xianyuan wanted to say something, but in the end he held back. Long Houchen didn't inform Hanyu and Kai He followed Tan Wan and Xianyuan to a wide door on the 4th floor of the Magic Temple. Tan Wan said to Xianyuan, "Wait for me here." Xianyuan suddenly looked at Long Houchen with a pleading look. Long Houchen said apologetically, "Commander Xianyuan, you will understand my difficulties in the future. Commander Tan, please." Tan Wan pushed the door open and entered with Long Houchen. This was a wide training field. It was circular and had no spectator's platform. It was about 50 meters in diameter. For a magician's attack range, this place wasn't very large. "This is the place where the temple conducts the tests. With Xianyuan standing guard outside, no one will disturb us." As she spoke, Tan Wan flicked her wrist, and the staff in her hand disappeared into thin air. Immediately afterward, she pulled open the front of her robe and took off the mage robe that was emitting intense magical waves. She stored it in her storage ring, revealing a green dress underneath. Today, she proposed this challenge to Long Houchen because she wanted to see how big the gap was between her and Long Houchen. That day, when Long Houchen used the Prayer of Light to stop the descent of hell, the shock was too strong for her. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Long Houchen had used a divine weapon at that time. In Tan Wan's heart, she still couldn't accept it. If he didn't use epic equipment like the divine weapon and the adamantine foundation armor, how much stronger could he be? She really wanted to know the answer. Long Houchen and the others were about to leave. Tan couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer and went to look for Long Houchen. She first expressed her regret because she didn't want it to affect her mentality in this challenge. Long Houchen said, "Leader Tan, after this competition, whether I win or lose, I have a request. I hope to get your help." Tan was stunned. What request? Long Houchen smiled slightly. "Let's talk about it after the competition is over." "Okay," Tan said as she walked straight to the side of the trial field. Both of them didn't wear any equipment, but relatively speaking, the knight was at a disadvantage compared to the magician. This was because the knight not only had equipment, but also had a mount. In a situation where they didn't use any equipment, their cultivation would be greatly weakened. On the other hand, the magician didn't use equipment, so the effect was much simpler. However, Tan obviously didn't want to take advantage of Long Houchen, so she chose this trial field with a diameter of only 50 meters, which was disadvantageous to the magician. Under such circumstances, the weakening of both sides was proportionately more or less the same. Golden light flowed, and the golden foundation armor on Long Houchen's body retreated like a ripple. He didn't release any of his heavy swords and just faced it head-on. At the same time, he retreated to the opposite side of the trial field from Tan. Looking at Long Houchen's young and handsome appearance, Tan couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Handsome men didn't have much of an impact on her. In terms of feelings, she didn't think too much about it. Her goal was to improve her cultivation. So, she was only shocked by Long Houchen's age. Even though this was the second time she saw it, the shock didn't diminish in the slightest. "Holy Knight, I'm going to start," Tan said in a low voice. "Please." A pair of green spiritual wings appeared on Tan back almost instantly. Then she pointed at Long Houchen with her right hand, and dozens of green wind blades shot towards Long Houchen like flying knives. Each of these wind blades had their own path, some in a straight line, some in an arc, and some even circled around from the side. They almost blocked all of Long Houchen's escape routes. Long Houchen put his hands behind his back and took a step forward with his left foot. Then his body suddenly swayed in a strange rhythm. Puff, 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 puff. A series of spiritual power collided. In the dazzling green light, Long Houchen just walked out with his hands behind his back. That's right, he walked out. From the beginning to the end, he didn't release any spiritual power or launch a counterattack. As the attacker, Tan felt it the clearest. Long Houchen used a strange footwork that seemed slow but was actually fast. He was always able to avoid the wind blades by a hair's breadth, and he was always able to cause two wind blades to collide with each other and dissolve themselves. This process seemed simple, but whether it was his control of his body, his judgment, or his speed, they all made Tan gasp in amazement. This was the first time she knew that someone could actually use this method to avoid her wind blades. Of course, as the direct disciple of the wind elementalist, her attack had only just begun. At the same time that Long Houchen walked out of the wind blades, Tan kept chanting incantations, and balls of green light shot out from her fingertips. The green light turned into small tornadoes that were only about a foot tall and flew towards Long Houchen. There were a total of 12 small tornadoes, filling the entire training field with a series of strange whooshing sounds. They flew towards Long Houchen at different speeds, and the dense wind elemental essence in the air became more and more violent. A one-on-one battle between a mage and a knight could not be won with the most powerful spell, but with the most suitable spell. The 12 tornadoes that Tan cast looked the same, but their actual power was completely different. Each small tornado was equivalent to a level 6 spell. After unleashing the 12 tornadoes, her pretty face turned pale. After all, this was without the help of any magical equipment, and with her mid-level 7 cultivation, It was already the best she could do. Among these tornadoes, some were in a straight line, some were in reverse, and some were chaotic. Every one of them was different. Moreover, once one of them exploded, the other tornadoes would be instantly attracted and would descend on the enemy almost at the same time. In terms of a single spell, these 12 small tornadoes could form a compound spell, and if its power was fully unleashed, it would be comparable to the power of a level 8 group spell. Long Houchen's advance came to a halt, and the 12 tornadoes swept towards him from different directions. He raised his right hand, and a white light spread out from his palm, turning into a heavy sword about 4 feet long. Then Long Houchen actually closed his eyes. He took a step forward with his left foot, and the heavy sword in his hand that was completely condensed from spiritual energy slowly slashed out. Condensing spiritual energy into energy? No, Long Houchen's cultivation had not reached that level yet, and he was still unable to release the Lingang in this way. Therefore, what he was actually holding in his hand was actually a skill, the Holy Sword. The power of the Holy Sword released with a hand as the hilt would obviously be greatly limited, but under the blessing of Long Houchen's pure light element, it looked not much different from a real light, heavy sword. His slash looked light, and his movement was not fast, but it still hit the first tornado that flew towards him. However, Tanwan, who was in the distance, had a hint of smugness on her face. No matter how strong you are, as long as you trigger one of my tornadoes, then my tornado formation will be instantly activated. I'd like to see how you can resist my level 8 spell without any defensive equipment. However, the smugness on Tanwan's face only lasted for a moment, and in the next moment, it turned into astonishment. Long Houchen's sword cut into the tornado, but he didn't cause it to explode. It seemed that the tornado, which was filled with tyrannical cutting power, had become an extension of his arm and was directly lifted by his arm. Long Houchen's aura also disappeared. At this moment, he had actually completely integrated into the surrounding wind element, so that the other 11 tornadoes only revolved around his body, but did not attack him. His right arm trembled slightly, and Long Houchen's body made a shaking motion. Immediately after, the tornado at the front of his arm turned into spots of green light and dissipated into the air. The Holy Sword was still there. When the first tornado disappeared, the other 11 immediately sensed it, and all attacked Long Houchen in the center. It was also at this moment that Long Houchen's body, which had been moving slowly, suddenly sped up. At the critical moment, the Holy Sword in his hand stabbed out 11 times. The 11 tornadoes stopped in midair almost at the same time, and in the next moment, they all turned into spots of green light and disappeared. With a flash, Long Houchen crossed a distance of tens of meters with a single step and arrived in front of Tanwan. Tanwan almost instinctively raised her arms and punched at Long Houchen. Her hands were surrounded by green light, and the speed of her punches was actually quite fast. It was actually a martial technique. With regards to her attack, Long Houchen was not surprised at all. However, he did not block it and only allowed Tanwan's fists to strike his chest. Bang, bang. 2 muffled sounds rang out, but Long Houchen did not move. Tanwan only felt that when the wind-type spiritual power in her hands bombarded Long Houchen's body, it was immediately dissolved by a strange vibration. It could not penetrate his body at all. Long Houchen did not release any counterforce. He just stood there, his hands hanging by his side, and stared at her with a burning gaze. Lowering her hands, Tanwan looked at Long Houchen in a daze. I lost. These 3 words came out of her mouth with difficulty, but she had to admit that she had lost. She could clearly feel that Long Houchen's cultivation was much, much higher than hers, not only in terms of spiritual power, but also in terms of combat experience, comprehension, and the use of skills. They were not on the same level. Long Houchen took 2 steps back, increasing the distance between him and Tanwan. The magic you used just now was very strong. If I hadn't specially studied the frequency of vibrations in the air, it would have been very difficult to resist. Tanwan smiled bitterly. You don't need to comfort me. A loss is a loss. This is the gap between me and you. However, I have two questions. First, how did you break my tornado array? Second, you seem to know that I know martial techniques. However, this secret is only known by Master. Even Lin Xan does not know. Could it be that Master told you? That is impossible. Chapter 197. Tan Wan smiled bitterly. You don't have to comfort me. A loss is a loss. This is the gap between you and me. However, I have two questions. First, how did you break my tornado array? Second, you seem to know that I know martial arts. However, this secret was only known by Master. Even Lin Xan didn't know. Could it be that Master told you? That's impossible. Long Haochen smiled and said, I also used all my strength to break your tornado array. I once created a spell called Ripple of Light. It's a spell that studies the frequency of spiritual energy oscillations. So, when you first used the tornado formation, I could already feel the difference in each of them. I closed my eyes not to look down on you, but to focus on judging the changes in the tornado. If I don't handle it well, their power will really explode. In the end, I used different frequencies to find the flaws of your tornado and neutralize them one by one. This process consumed a lot of my spiritual energy. Tan Wan was still puzzled, but I've never seen such sword intent in my life. Even the powerhouses in the warrior temple can't compare to you in terms of understanding the sword. If I'm not wrong, you've already entered the realm of being one with the sword. The sword intent was even more natural. It's definitely not something that you've comprehended for a day or two. Where did this attainment come from? Long Haochen smiled and said, This question is even easier to answer. Just like how you practice magic and martial arts at the same time, I'm not only a guardian knight, but also a punishment knight. My sword skills are naturally what I pay the most attention to. Tan Wan's eyes widened. Punishment and guardian dual knight? Moreover, you seem to have done a perfect fusion of the two knight skills. It seems that you Knights Templars are still ahead of us. Saying this, she couldn't help but feel a little dejected. Long Haochen said, Let me continue to answer your other question. It's true that Temple Master Li Jingji told me that you might practice both magic and martial arts, not with words but with actions. That day, when Hall Master Li transformed into the Wind God, I already had this feeling. Although he had cast a powerful forbidden level spell, if he didn't have sufficient understanding of martial techniques, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such a level of mastery. That's why I made a bold guess. In fact, magic and martial arts are one family. For us knight, haven't we always used magic to support martial arts to form the knight skills? No matter what kind of ability it is, its source is spiritual power. Under such circumstances, it is not impossible for you mages to seek a breakthrough through martial arts. However, I suggest that you work hard to increase your external spiritual energy. Otherwise, relying solely on your internal spiritual energy to execute martial skills will have its limits, unless you can one day reach Palace Master Li's cultivation level and transform into a forbidden spell to execute martial skills. Tan Wan snorted and said, It's easy for you to say. How can it be so easy? Dual cultivation of martial skills and magic was extremely difficult for anyone. A person's energy is limited, so of course we have to make choices. Long Haochen nodded and said, You'll have to consult Temple Master Li about this. I can't help you. Our competition is over, right? Tan Wan snorted in annoyance and said, You win. What? Are you still going to humiliate me? Long Haochen laughed and said, You really should change your temper. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will affect your future cultivation. It's very difficult to cultivate to the peak if your emotions are unstable. Tan Wan was stunned for a moment. It was unknown if she had heard Long Haochen's words. She changed the topic and said, Didn't you say you have a request? Say it. You won, so I'll try my best to do it. Long Houchin said, Lin Xin and I will be leaving soon. But Sister Xin and her monster hunter's companions will still stay in Jialing Pass. I hope you can help me take care of them. I've always treated Sister Xin as my own sister. Tan Wan frowned and said angrily, Are you deliberately humiliating me? You must already know what happened between me and Lin Xin, right? You want me to take care of my love rival? Only you can think of that. Long Houchin said helplessly, I just hope to help you resolve this feud. Speaking of which, it's impossible to say who's right and who's wrong. Everything is the result of a freak combination of factors. Are you going to be like this forever? In the future, whether it's you or Lin Xin, you're bound to become the higher-ups of the magic temple. Aren't you afraid that the conflict between the two of you will lead to discord among the higher-ups of the magic temple in the future? I know it's hard for you to let go, and I don't know much about relationships. So, I can only advise you to treat it with a normal heart. Time is the best buffer. Perhaps after a period of time, when you can find your true love, you'll naturally forgive Lin Xin. But there's one thing I must emphasize. No matter how strong you are in the magic temple, I don't want you to hurt Sister Xin. Otherwise, I won't let you go, and I won't even let the magic temple off. Are you threatening me? Tan Wan said coldly. Long Houchin said indifferently, You can say that. I hope the next time we meet, we can be friends and not enemies. After saying this, he turned around and walked outside. Looking at his back, Tan Wan suddenly had a very special feeling. In front of this man, she, who had always been known as the #1 genius of the magic temple, seemed so small. Seeing him put on the golden foundation armor again, she felt as if she could see the back of her teacher. But he doesn't seem to be older than me. The feeling of disappointment was not comfortable, but Tan Wan was surprised to find that she didn't have the courage to refuse Long Houchin's words. She didn't dare to take the risk. But should she really take care of that woman like he said? Early morning. Long Houchin, Kai, Hanyu, and Lin Xin quietly left the back door of Jialing Pass and headed south. At some point, Lin Xin's eyes were already filled with tears. Beside her were the members of their demon hunt squad. She could even guess Long Houchin's arrival, and the emotions in his heart even surpassed Tan Wan's. After all, he had witnessed the growth of the monster hunters with his own eyes. In just a few years, he couldn't even see their backs anymore. The gap between the two sides had reached a level that could only be described as a chasm. Not far away, Tan Wan and Xianyuan Yen also stood there, watching Long Houchin and the others leave. Xianyuan Yen felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Even his somewhat gloomy eyebrows relaxed. He had always been deeply in love with Tan Wan, but because of a letter from Lin Xin, Tan Wan broke off their engagement. He had never hated Tan Wan, but he hated Lin Xin to the core. Following Lin Xin's outstanding performance in the Magic Temple and his outstanding performance in the Holy War at Jialing Pass, the hatred in Xianyuan Yan's heart continued to deepen. He had even fought a few times with Lin Xin in private. He was very afraid that Tan Wan would be snatched away by Lin Xin. Lin Xin finally left. Xianyuan Yan was surprised to find that the hatred in his heart seemed to have disappeared with his departure. Although Tan Wan still hadn't acknowledged him, he had still lost his greatest competitor. Xianyuan Yan understood Tan Wan better than anyone else. He was very clear on what he should do. Tan Wan suddenly walked in front of Lin Xin and said in a low voice, "Don't cry." Lin Xin was slightly stunned. Looking at Tan Wan, she couldn't help but frown. Lin Xin had left. What else did this woman want? Tan Wan was silent for a while before saying, "You have a good brother. Let bygones be bygones. In my memory, there is no more Lin Xin, that bastard." After saying this, she immediately turned around and left. Lin Xin was stunned, while Xianyuan Yan was overjoyed. He knew that his chance had finally arrived. Perhaps it was also the arrival of spring. Heading south from Jialing Pass, the next place to reach was the southeast stronghold. The warrior temple's southeast stronghold and the magic temple's Jialing Pass had always been closely related. The two temples were relatively close and even helped each other. Therefore, although the southeast stronghold had a hard time defending, it still managed to resist the attack of the demons. After flying at full speed for 4 days, Long Haochen and the other 3 finally arrived at one of the 6 stronghold cities of the Temple League. They came at the right time. The demon army was launching a fierce attack on the southeast stronghold. The 8 demon gods outside the southeast stronghold didn't directly participate in the battle, but the light of the 8 demon god pillars covered the entire demon army. The fierce battle caused the faint scent of blood to be smelled high up in the sky. Looking down from the sky, they could clearly see the scene of blood flowing like a river. "What should we do, Commander?" "Let's join the battle," Han Yu said to Long Haochen. Long Haochen nodded and said, "Wait a moment, let me look for Yuan first." Even as the Son of Light, he also had his own selfish motives. At this time in the distant sky, he and Han Yu released light elements to show their status as allies to the southeast stronghold. Helping the southeast stronghold defend against the demon army was necessary, but helping Wang Yu and Yuan was ranked higher. Closing his eyes, Long Haochen, who was riding on the back of the Star King, focused his spiritual power on the top of the southeast stronghold, looking for Wang Yu and Yuan's figure. Because of the fierce battle below, the spiritual power fluctuations were extremely violent, causing great interference to his spiritual power. Therefore, it was relatively difficult for Long Haochen to search for her. Wang Yu and Yuan was currently on the southeast stronghold. With the divine soul shield in her left hand and sanguine storm in her right, she was already a bloody person. Even she couldn't tell how many colors of blood were on her body. The holy war had been going on for almost 2 years, and both sides had expended a lot of energy. The demon army had originally quieted down a lot, only occasionally launching some symbolic attacks. The southeast stronghold also took the opportunity to rest and recuperate. But for some reason, a week ago, the demon army launched another all-out attack, and the attack was even more fierce than before. For a moment, the powerhouses of the warrior temple of the southeast stronghold were all involved in the war. The battle was in full swing, and the entire stronghold was covered in a thick layer of blood. Wang Yu and Yuan was still on the front line of the battlefield, guarding the top of the stronghold. Compared to the beginning of the Holy War, whether it was the divine soul shield or sanguine storm, they were now covered in a thick layer of blood. It wasn't just a stain of blood, but also a powerful, ferocious aura, which was caused by countless killings. Wang Yuan's appearance didn't change much compared to before, but her temperament had undergone earth-shattering changes. Cold and calm, even in the midst of a massacre, her whole body was filled with the smell of blood, and her expression wouldn't change in the slightest. Even some of the veteran powerhouses of the warrior temple couldn't compare to her in terms of ruthlessness. And Wang Yuan's cultivation could also be described as advancing at a tremendous pace. The continuous killings had accumulated a large amount of murderous aura, and no one knew what method she used. But under the circumstances that her divine soul bloodline was stimulated, she had broken through one after another. Now, her cultivation had actually surpassed Zhang Fangfang, who had broken through to the 7th Order several years earlier than her. This determination would cause any of the higher-ups of the warrior temple to be moved. 7th Order Level 5. This was Wang Yuan's current internal spiritual energy, coupled with the terrifying killing weapons in her hands. If one were to judge the god of death of the Southeast Fort, she would definitely be worthy of the title. From the start of the Holy War until now, she had not missed a single battle. At the most, she would continuously kill for 5 days and 5 nights, until she fainted from exhaustion. Only then would she be carried off the fort. And when she recovered, she would disregard everyone's attempts to stop her, and once again stand on the southeast fort. The current Wang Yuanyuan had long become the heroine of the southeast fort and was the idol of most of the soldiers. Zhang Fangfang no longer had his monster hunters, and he had always been by Wang Yuanyuan's side quietly. With regards to Wang Yuanyuan's fighting style, he had lost count of how many times he had tried to persuade her. Who knew how many times he had blocked the attacks of the enemies for Wang Yuanyuan? However, Wang Yuanyuan did not listen to him at all. Later on, Zhang Fangfang's mentality gradually changed. Not only did his feelings for Wang Yuanyuan not weaken because of her determination, but it also became stronger. Moreover, he was also influenced by Wang Yuanyuan. The guardian knight had almost turned into the punishment knight, and when he went berserk, he was not much weaker than Wang Yuanyuan. At this moment, Zhang Fangfang stood beside Wang Yuanyuan, and the armor on his body had long turned colorful. The heavy sword in his hand was slashing at the enemies, and the shield in his hand was used to block the attacks for Wang Yuanyuan. Be it Wang Yuanyuan or Zhang Fangfang, it could be said that they had climbed out from a pile of corpses. If it were not for the protection of the spiritual stove, coupled with the deliberate care of the higher-ups of the warrior temple, perhaps they would have died on the battlefield many times over. The 3 huge bear demons that were thrown to the top of the city wall by the catapult went straight for Zhang Fangfang and Wang Yuanyuan. They waved their powerful sledgehammers and met Wang Yuanyuan's attack head-on. Boom! The first bear demon's attack was blocked by Zhang Fangfang with his shield. The second bear demon's attack was blocked by his heavy sword. With a muffled groan, Zhang Fangfang spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not know how many times he had been injured, and even he himself was already a little used to it. Under the violent collision, the 2 bear demons were also forced to take a few steps back, and everything that Zhang Fangfang did was to buy time for Wang Yuanyuan. The divine giant soul shield smashed away the 2 sledgehammers' bombardment without any suspense. The sanguine storm, just like its name, erupted in the next moment. On the top of the city wall, there was once again a reign of terror. Even with the ferocity of the bear demon, the other 2 bear demons could not help but reveal a look of fear when they saw their comrade being cut alive by the sanguine storm. They panicked and attacked to the side. They did not dare to face Wang Yuanyuan, the goddess of death again. With the divine giant soul shield propped up, Wang Yuanyuan gasped for breath. Her almost blood-red eyes looked at Zhang Fangfang beside her, and she gently nodded to him. Zhang Fangfang forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. You rest for a while, I can hold on." Wang Yuanyuan did not say anything. Most of the time, friendship did not need to be said out loud, but remembered in the heart. At this moment, suddenly, a golden beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped Wang Yuanyuan. Immediately after, another golden beam of light fell, but this time it fell on Zhang Fangfang. A thick warmth mixed with the extremely comfortable light elements quickly nourished their bodies. In the midst of a pleasant sound, 2 golden angels descended from the sky. Their 6 wings flapped, and they gently embraced Zhang Fangfang and Wang Yuanyuan from behind. They had been fighting continuously on the southeast fortress for 3 days and 3 nights. Their physical fatigue, injuries, and spiritual power consumption had pushed them to the brink of collapse. At this time, these 2 powerful light healing spells were like charcoal in the snow. Whether it was physical strength or spiritual power, they were recovering at an alarming rate. What surprised Zhang Fangfang even more was that he saw that the golden light that fell on Wang Yuanyuan was so pure. Apart from the golden color, the archangel of light and shadow also faintly emitted a holy aura. The blood in Wang Yuanyuan's eyes also rapidly disappeared under the embrace. In other words, she was not only healing Wang Yuanyuan's injuries, but also soothing her murderous spirit. Mental and physical healing. This was the first time Zhang Fangfang had seen such an archangel's embrace. Almost instinctively, Zhang Fangfang and Wang Yuanyuan looked up at the sky at the same time. In the sky, for figures rushed down. Among them, the two knights were the two casters of the Archangel's embrace healing spells. As they floated to the ground, a large number of fireballs were scattered from the fire crystal staff in the hands of the magician in a fiery red robe. Whether it was in the air or on the ground, a large number of demons attacking on the city wall were swept away. The blue fireball caused the air to be filled with a thick charred smell. Of course, it was the bodies of the demons that were burnt. A few of the stronger demons, including the two bear demons that had escaped to the side, perished in a flash of gray light. In almost a breath's time, the section of the city wall where Zhang Fangfang and Wang Yuanyuan were was much quieter. Han Yu quickly stepped forward, holding the heavy shield in front of him. Lin Xian naturally dodged to his back, but the attack of the fire crystal staff in his hand did not stop at all, fully displaying the powerful attack power of the fire magician. In the face of his powerful magic attack, no demons could get close to him for the time being. Han Yu, Lin Xian Kai? Wang Yuanyuan's hoarse voice was filled with disbelief. For the first time since the start of the Holy War, her hands holding the weapons trembled. Yuanyuan, me too. Long Haochen's voice came from behind the mask of the adamantine foundation armor. Clang! The weapons in Wang Yuanyuan's hands dropped at the same time. Her body swayed and she almost fell. It was Zhang Fangfang who quickly held her up. Boss! Boss! You guys are finally here. In the southeast fortress, the incomparably strong and bloody goddess of war Wang Yuanyuan suddenly lost control of her emotions and burst into tears. Long Haochen stepped forward, ignoring the blood stains on Wang Yuanyuan's body, and gave her a strong hug. We are here, and we are going to meet up with Ing, and Sima. The general class, Monster Hunt 64, will be reorganized. No, when we reorganize, we will definitely be King class. Yes, yes. Wang Yuanyuan was completely speechless, and her tears couldn't stop flowing. Because of her lack of confidence, she could be said to have suffered the most in the general class Monster Hunt 64 in the past 2 years of the Holy War. Almost every day, she struggled on the edge of life and death, and every day, she fought hard to find a breakthrough. She didn't want to be left behind by her companions, so that she could still be a part of the team on the day of reorganizing. Long Haochen came, and so did Kai, Han Yu and Lin Xian. They didn't forget me, and they came to find me. Our monster hunters will finally be reorganized. At this moment, Wang Yuanyuan felt weak all over, and her tense nerves suddenly relaxed. She couldn't control her emotions, no matter what. Long Haochen returned her to Zhang Fangfang's arms. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Fangfang sighed softly. Everything I did for Yuanyuan was for my own sake. I couldn't protect my companions, and if I can't even protect her, then I can only let her go. Long Haochen said, Yuanyuan's emotions aren't stable, so I'll have to trouble Brother Zhang to watch over her. We'll talk after this battle is over. As he spoke, he turned around and walked towards the top of the city walls. He raised his right hand, and a ripple of light appeared in his grasp. With the tip of his foot, Long Haochen leaped to Han Yu's side. He observed the current situation. With Lin Xian and Kai as the main attackers and Han Yu as the main defenders. As long as the other side didn't send any powerhouses of the 8th level or higher, this defensive line wouldn't be broken. Long Haochen took half a step back to stand behind Han Yu and began to recite an incantation. Ever since he ended his closed-door training, Long Haochen had become more like a light magus, and his application of light magic was indeed more powerful than that of a magus. A chosen's strong affinity with the light element often allowed him to cast spells of a higher level. When he was learning skills in the Cave of Illusion, Long Haochen tried his best to learn the defensive and healing skills of the Guardian Knight, relying on the powerful abilities of a chosen. He even entered the realm of the 9th level Divine Knight and studied for a period of time. This was also the origin of his light-type forbidden spells. As he recited the incantation, the golden color on Long Houchen's body began to become more and more intense, and a large amount of light element in the air began to resonate with him. However, at this moment, there was an obvious look of disappointment on his face. Just as he expected, the same incantation might not be able to display the same power. Luck could not always be on his side. What Long Houchen was chanting was the incantation for divine rain. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to attract all the light element this time, so he wasn't able to display the miracle. In the end, he only completed the divine rain spell. A shining golden pillar of light shot into the sky, illuminating a large part of the sky. Then, a fine golden rain of light fell from the sky. Although the divine rain spell was far from being comparable to the divine rain, it was still a level 8 healing spell, and it covered an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. Within the area, all the warriors and mages on the southeastern fortress received extremely effective healing. As for the demons who were attacking the fortress, under the coverage of the divine rain spell, their bodies emitted bursts of green smoke, and their offensive was greatly reduced. However, the divine rain spell was, after all, a divine rain spell. Whether it was the coverage, the healing effect, or the duration, it was far from comparable to the divine rain, which was almost at the level of a super forbidden spell. Therefore, the offensive of the demons was only slightly restrained. After the soldiers of the southeastern fortress got a brief respite and healing, the divine rain spell ended. The demon army continued to charge forward like a tide. Lin Xian took half a step back at this time. The continuous magic attacks consumed a lot of his spiritual power. Even with the enhancement of the fire dragon wings, he still needed time to recover his spiritual power. Without the powerful magic attacks, the demons immediately rushed to the top of the city wall again. At the front of the charge were a few lurkers of the Rook tribe. They couldn't get through the solid city wall, but they did not hesitate to launch a frenzied attack with their spikes. Han Yu dealt with these enemies calmly, but he was not greedy for credit. Holding the shield tightly with both hands, he spread his perception all around, perfectly protecting Long Houchen and Lin Xian behind him. Holy Light Shield, Shield Recoil, Divine Block, Shield Wall. Several major shield defense skills were cast by him at the acme of perfection. His feet did not move, but not a single demon within 20 meters could take a step forward. Kai-Er was like a ray of light, a ray of gray light, the ray of death. Wherever she went, even the powerful body of the demonic bear couldn't block her in the slightest. The sharpness of the Grim Reaper's scythe could only be described as terrifying. Coupled with her superb speed, she easily made up for the possible loopholes on both sides of Han Yu's defense. Long Houchen still did not participate in the attack. One after another, the Guardian Knight was released from his body. Faith Halo, Guardian's Grace, Forte Halo, Spirit Gathering Halo, and Divine Halo. The effect of each halo released from his body was far greater than that of an ordinary knight's, and the area it covered was extremely wide. He could even use a fixed point method to throw his halo out to cover other positions on the city wall. With a series of light magic spells, almost 1/3 of the warriors on the city wall of the southeast fortress enjoyed the enhancement of the halo. Although the enhancement of the halo was not huge, the enhancement of light magic not only greatly boosted the morale of the warriors, but also improved the combat power and survivability of the warriors. Among them, the most obvious effect was the Holy Halo. It was also one of the most useful halos for the knight in the war against the demons. Within the range of the halo, all the attacks of the warriors would have an additional holy effect. The lethality of the demons was greatly increased. If the dark demons entered the range of the Holy Halo, their strength would be immediately weakened. That's right, compared to defense and enhancement, Long Houchen's attack was much stronger. But now he wasn't fighting a one-on-one or one-on-many duel with the enemy. Instead, he was fighting a war. The role of the Guardian Knight on the battlefield was far beyond that of the Knight's Punishment Knight. With the ability of the Oracle, the effect of each of Long Houchen's skills was at least 30% higher than that of an ordinary knight's. These enhancement skills that did not consume a lot of energy were almost constantly used by him. In an instant, 1/3 of the southeast fortress was covered in a layer of golden brilliance. After recovering for a short while, Lin Xian once again threw himself into the battle. He was like a cannon firing out attacks. Wherever the heart flame reached, the sea of blue flames greatly limited the demon's attacks. When he attacked with all his might, Han Yu and Kair would hold back a little and recover their spiritual power. The tacit understanding between them was already deep in their bones. Even though they had not seen each other for a long time, they were still so harmonious when they worked together again. This tacit understanding came from absolute trust, especially in the case of Long Haochen. With him as the soul of the team, the General Class Monster Hunt 64 had a strong motivation to be fearless. Clang! The sound of metal clashing came from the left side of Long Haochen. An excited voice shouted, "Kair, you just take care of the right side. Leave the left side to me." Long Haochen turned his head and looked. It was Wang Yuanyuan. The sound of metal clashing came from the divine Soul Shield and Sanguine Storm. "Yuanyuanu," Long Haochen said in surprise. Bathed in the halo released by Long Haochen, Wang Yuanyuan's body was covered in a layer of golden light. "Boss, how can I not be here? Do you know? I've been looking forward to fighting with everyone for too long, too long." After being healed by Archangel's embrace, Wang Yuanyuan's strength had recovered a little. More importantly, her emotions had changed. The arrival of Long Haochen and the others had loosened the tension in her heart. At the same time, it also stimulated the endless fighting spirit in her heart. Being able to fight together with her most familiar companions was definitely a blessing for her at the moment. Seeing Long Haochen and the others working together, how could Wang Yuanyuan rest in peace? After recovering a little, she immediately went to Long Haochen's side. Long Haochen did not stop Wang Yuanyuan. He knew that he could not stop her. "Okay, let's fight side by side. Yuanyuan, open your soul chain." "Yes, leader," Wang Yuanyuan replied in a loud voice. When they first separated, every member of the 64th Commander Grade Demon Hunt Squad consciously severed their soul chains because they didn't know what they would encounter during this period of separation, and none of them wanted to implicate their comrades. After reuniting, the soul chain was reconnected. This meant that they were recombining as a whole. After recombining, the General Class Monster Hunt 64 was much stronger than before. The life and death experience made them cherish this team even more. At the same time, their experience and strength had increased by leaps and bounds. 5 of the 7 people had returned, and the team's strength had recovered a lot. With Wang Yuanyuan guarding the left side, with her divine Soul Shield and Sanguine Storm, and Long Haochen in the center, he could focus on casting buffs. The higher-ups of the warrior temple had already noticed the changes on this side. When the 4 people descended from the sky and joined the battlefield, they were shocked. However, they did not stop Long Haochen and Han Yu because of their light attribute. When they saw the golden foundation armor on Long Haochen, they could not help but be shocked. The knight on a golden pedestal was the backbone of the Knights Templars. Apart from carrying out missions, he would not easily leave the dragon-resisting pass. Why would a knight on a golden pedestal suddenly bring a few people to the southeast stronghold? The warrior temple master, Qiu Yonghao, led the war gods and war emperors to confront the 8 demon gods. When he saw Long Haochen releasing buffs one after another, he could not help but admire him. This was the Guardian Knight, magic and combat dual cultivator. On the battlefield, the role of a Guardian Knight was simply too great. They could defend, support, attack, and even heal. A powerful and well-rounded Guardian Knight could hold up the sky. Qiu Yonghao and the powerhouses of the warrior temple were currently floating in the air. They could see everything clearly from above. Ever since Long Haochen and the others came, the pressure on the southeast stronghold was significantly reduced. The demons' attacks were also effectively suppressed. Just these few people were a great help to the war. As the leader of the warrior temple, Chiao Yonghao was the one who felt it the most. Knight, mage, assassin, knight, warrior. Wait a minute, Wang Yuan actually cooperated with them so well. Could it be that these people were from the same monster hunters as her? Thinking of this, Chiao Yonghao could not help but be shocked. In his mind, he immediately recalled the young man who slashed with his sword in the warrior temple and left behind the profound meaning of the sword in the warrior temple. Could it be that the knight on a golden pedestal who was constantly casting buffs was him? In less than 2 years, he actually grew to such an extent. Recalling the important meeting of the Temple League less than 2 years ago, Chiao Yonghao could not help but feel a little more complicated. What is the role of the guardian knight on the battlefield? It is not to defend, heal, or attack. It is to ensure that as many of your comrades as possible survive. Only by understanding this and doing this can you be a qualified guardian knight. His grandfather's words echoed in Long Haochen's mind. He became more and more adept at releasing the auras, and the coordination of the auras became better. The recovery of the adamantine foundation battle armor, his own recovery, and spiritual power were almost endless for him to cast these aura-type magic spells that were not even at the 5th grade. In terms of spellcasting speed, although he could not compare to the pure mage Lin Xan, in terms of spellcasting distance and the effects of spells of the same level, Lin Xian was far inferior. Chapter 198. Long Haochen had already entered a special state. It was a feeling of spiritual sublimation. It was as if every time he released a halo, the lives of his companions would be saved. That feeling was much stronger than when he took the initiative to kill the enemies. The war continued. The Holy War was a protracted war to begin with, and it was even more so now. The war was like a meat grinder, with corpses piling up like mountains. The addition of Long Haochen and the rest had indeed stabilized the situation at the southeast fortress, but the demons' attack did not seem to be weakening. Instead, it became more intense. More powerful demons joined the battlefield, charging at the southeast fortress defense line. Circles of black light patterns were constantly released from the 8 demon god pillars. Each light pattern would cover a large area of the demons. Under the influence of these light patterns, the demons would immediately become extremely excited and fearlessly charge toward the southeast fortress. Among the 8 demon gods responsible for attacking the southeast fortress, the leader of the demons was extremely beautiful. Even though she was a human, she had the appearance of a beautiful woman. However, she had the body of a man. She was burly and had 6 black wings on her back. There was also a triangular black crystal on her forehead. Paimon was ranked 9th among the 72 demon gods. He was an angel demon god and specialized in all kinds of black magic. Other than Paimon, the other 7 demon gods were ranked less than 20. Therefore, he was naturally the commander here. The angel demon god Paimon was different from the demon god of hell, Marbus. Marbus was a pure dark sorcerer, or rather, a hell sorcerer. On the other hand, Paimon was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. He specialized in all kinds of black magic to enhance his body. To be able to be ranked in the top 10 of the 72 demon gods without belonging to a race, he was not much weaker than Marbus in terms of individual combat strength. At the same time, he was also a good friend of the moon demon, Agar's. He had a very high status among the demons. When Paimon was young and had yet to inherit the position of the demon god, he had once served as a guard for the demon emperor and received a lot of care and guidance from the demon emperor. Therefore, he was extremely loyal to the demon emperor. He would resolutely carry out all the orders of the demon emperor. If the demon emperor asked him to only exhaust the strength of the warrior temple, he would do so. If the demon emperor asked him to strengthen his attacks, he would do so. He was just an individual and did not have his own race. Naturally, he did not need to consider anything for his race. He only needed to follow the orders of the demon emperor. Therefore, he was also known as the most capable subordinate of the demon emperor. Of course, Paimon's status couldn't be compared to Agar's and Vashik. In the demon god emperor's heart, those two were his best brothers. But even so, among the demons, besides the demon god emperor, the moon demon god, and the star demon god, Paimon didn't recognize anyone else. The scary thing about an individual was that he had no worries. Therefore, even the undead demon god Samina and the hell demon god Marbus had to give him some leeway. However, there was an exception. This exception was the berserk demon god Anan. Although Paimon wouldn't listen to Anan's orders, he was absolutely convinced by Anan. He was beaten into submission. Although they were both individual fiend celestials, he had never won a single spar with Anan. Every time he was beaten to a pulp. Lord Paimon, that knight who suddenly appeared, is a bit of a threat. Did you do something to him? Beside Paimon, an extremely handsome fiend celestial with 6 black wings spoke in a low voice. Apart from the fact that he had the body of a man who was very similar to the demon god Paimon. However, he had a third eye on his forehead that was closed. The demons were ranked 49th among the 72 demon god pillars. The demon god of insight, Crosser, had a good relationship with Paimon because he looked very similar to him. He was also an individual demon god and could be considered a direct descendant of Paimon. Paimon said, "Check it out." Yes. Crosser agreed and looked in Long Houchen's direction. The demon god pillar that belonged to him rippled with a layer of gloomy dark blue. Soon after, his single eye slowly opened, revealing a dark blue pupil. The strange, colorless ripples were like a straight line as they headed straight for the southeastern stronghold. Long Houchen, who was constantly casting halos on the walls of the stronghold, suddenly felt dizzy, as if something was about to be extracted from his mind by a special force. Alarmed, he immediately stopped casting magic. At the same time, he focused his spiritual energy to sense the sudden change. In Long Houchen's perception, the power that made him dizzy was a powerful spiritual fluctuation, but it didn't seem like an offensive spiritual magic. In terms of spiritual force, even he couldn't compare to the other party. However, this spiritual force didn't have the strong impact of spiritual magic. Thus, although his perception was strong, he couldn't determine what this spiritual force was. He could only vaguely sense that it came from the demons. A faint layer of gold rippled in Long Houchen's eyes. Soon after, this layer of gold began to expand from his eyes and quickly enveloped his body. Outside this layer of golden light, one could vaguely see fine dark blue light patterns. In the blink of an eye, the light patterns died, and everything seemed to return to normal. The demon god of insight, Crosser, revealed a look of surprise. What a powerful spiritual force. That knight is clearly of the light attribute. How can his spiritual force be so powerful? The angel demon god, Paimon, frowned. What's going on? Crosser said, "This human knight's spiritual force is very strong. My insight was discovered as soon as it landed on him. His spiritual force automatically produced a repulsive effect, and he only detected a portion of the situation. His cultivation should be around rank 8, and the fine gold foundation armor on his body is at the epic stage. He is 92 meters tall and weighs about 80 kilograms. His external spiritual force is about 30,000. Compared to ordinary humans, his body is much stronger. Age. Speaking of age, Crosser's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. His reaction is too fast. Perhaps my detection is not too accurate. The insight spell tells me that he should be less than 30 years old. I don't know exactly how old he is. I can't detect his other equipment either. A rank 8 knight who's less than 30 years old? It seems that your detection isn't accurate after all. Are you sure you can use your exclusive ability? Crosser shook his head and said, "It's very difficult. Although his cultivation is much lower than mine, his spiritual force is very strong. I don't have absolute confidence in succeeding. With his spiritual force, even if I succeed, I'm afraid I'll be severely injured." At this moment, Paimon had already seen Long Houchin sprinkle halo skills on the southeastern fortress, assisting the warriors of the southeastern fortress to resist the attack of the demon army. "Give it a try. I'll help you amplify it. There are very few humans who can wear the epic fine gold foundation armor, second only to the Knight of the Seal among the Knights Templars. This knight is even more annoying than the Tier 9 warriors of the Warrior Temple. Moreover, since he just arrived, he shouldn't know you're here." The Warrior Temple didn't have time to remind him. Yes. Crosser didn't hesitate when he heard Paimon's words. One of the most important reasons why he was able to obtain the appreciation of Paimon, the 9th demon god, was that he was obedient. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was Paimon's thug. Closing his eyes, Crosser began to chant an incantation. His voice became very low, and the demon god pillar not far behind him turned completely dark blue under his incantation. At the same time, Paimon's figure flashed, and he blocked Crosser behind him, blocking the human's line of sight. At the same time, he raised his hands, and a layer of black mist spread out from his body, covering all 8 demon god pillars behind him. The overwhelming dark aura gathered in the thick mist, and a melodious sound rang out. Immediately afterward, angels flapping their black wings began to soar around the black mist. Black rays of light shot towards the demon army below. This was Paimon's fallen angel domain. Any demons below Tier 7 that were illuminated by this domain would instantly increase their strength by 1 tier for 5 minutes. In terms of amplification effect, the fallen angel domain was definitely ranked in the top 3 among the demons' domains. At the same time, Paimon, who was hiding in the black mist, began to chant an incantation softly. Dark golden light surged in his eyes, turning into a dark golden vortex that enveloped Crosser behind him. With the enhancement of the dark golden light, Crosser's chanting speed increased significantly. The dark blue light released by the demon god pillar hidden in the black mist began to distort. The distorted ripples gathered at the center of his brows, and his only open eye began to become more and more demonic and deep. Although a knight on a golden pedestal would attract Paimon's attention, he generally wouldn't let Crosser take such a risk. He didn't know why, but after hearing Crosser's introduction of Long Houchin, he didn't hesitate to let him take action. Deep in his heart, he vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this adamantine knight. Only by killing him could he resolve the problem. Paimon had always been decisive, regardless of whether his feeling was right or not. Killing a knight on a golden pedestal of Knights Templars was never wrong. Due to the small gap that had appeared before, Long Houchin became slightly vigilant. However, that mental fluctuation was only a flash in the pan, and it didn't cause any substantial damage to him. So he didn't pay too much attention to it and continued to cast the Halo skill. With Long Houchin's current cultivation base, he firmly believed that unless the top 3 demon gods of demons came here, even if the other party suddenly launched a forbidden spell level attack, it wouldn't be able to do anything to him given the distance between him and the 8 demon gods outside. The previous battles in the Dragon Resisting Pass, Exorcist Pass, and Jialing Pass had deeply proven this point. Qiu Yonghao, the master of the Warrior Temple, had been paying attention to Long Houchin's side. Just now, when Long Houchin cast the halo and stopped for a moment, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Long Houchin's previous halos were like moving clouds and flowing water, and there was no sign of spiritual power exhaustion. This sudden stop was very abrupt. What's wrong with him? Qiu Yonghao immediately had doubts in his heart. From his position, he naturally couldn't see the blue-black color that Long Houchin saw before. Immediately afterward, Qiu Yonghao saw the black fog surging above the demon army opposite, and the angel demon god Paimon launched the fallen angel domain. An ominous premonition appeared in Qiu Yonghao's heart almost instantly, and he immediately felt that something was going to happen. What are the demons going to do? Qiu Yonghao's body suddenly trembled as he thought of the weakest but most dangerous guy among the 8 demon gods of demons. Fine gold knight, be careful. Grab the companion next to you. Qiu Yonghao's shout resounded through the sky almost at the next moment. With his cultivation base, he could naturally transmit his voice to Long Haochen easily. At the same time, Qiu Yonghao had already rushed out of the southeast fortress with a group of powerhouses from the warrior temple. The fine gold knight was undoubtedly calling Long Haochen. He, who was casting the halo, naturally remembered Qiu Yonghao's voice. However, Qiu Yonghao's words puzzled him a little. Grab the companion next to me? What does he mean? It was in that moment of hesitation that Long Haochen suddenly felt an indescribable, huge threat suddenly befalling him. Even with his mentality, he immediately panicked, because this threat was full of unpredictability. All powerhouses had a strong desire for control, especially when it came to themselves. They were used to controlling everything within the scope of their ability. Once there was an uncontrollable situation, they would immediately panic. That was the case for Long Haochen at this moment. A straight, dark blue light connected the thick black fog of the demons with the top of the southeast fortress almost without warning. The fulcrum of this light on the top of the southeast fortress was Long Haochen. In that instant, Long Haochen felt his body suddenly stiffen, and a terrifying mental strength that was so powerful that he suffocated was imprisoning him instantly. At this moment, he had just raised his hand and was about to grab Hanyu, who was in front of him. Strangely enough, the dark blue light had no effect on anyone else. Even when it passed through Hanyu's body, he didn't feel anything at all. All it did was wrap around Long Haochen. Wang Yuan, Hanyu, and Zhang Fangfang immediately realized that something was wrong. They hurriedly attacked the dark blue light, but to their horror, they realized that everything they did was in vain. When the dark blue light appeared, it seemed to be pure light without any spiritual energy waves, and all their attacks landed on empty air. Meanwhile, Long Haochen's body remained stiff. In the next moment, his figure began to fade. Yes, Long Haochen reacted too slowly. If he had grabbed Hanyu the moment he heard Qiu Yonghao's voice, he would still have made it in time. Unfortunately, his thinking made him lose that opportunity. However, as a favorite of God, how could he just wait for death to come? Although Long Haochen didn't know what the dark blue light would bring him, he could sense the danger within it. Once the dark blue light succeeded, he would definitely be in grave danger. At this critical moment, Long Haochen immediately tried to activate all the abilities he could use, and the first thing he thought of was the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. However, he was shocked to find that other than his mental strength, all his spiritual energy had been sealed by the strange dark blue light, and he couldn't move an inch. Without the support of spiritual energy, no matter how powerful his equipment was, he couldn't unleash its true power. Mental strength, mental strength. The dark blue light was about to succeed. Long Haochen could almost see the sinister faces of those who were waiting for him. That's right. Without spiritual energy, he couldn't activate his equipment, but not all equipment required spiritual energy. A ball of golden light suddenly shone from Long Haochen's chest without any warning. If one looked closely, one could see that the golden light was in the shape of a small skull. In this life and death crisis, Long Haochen thought of the eternal melody, which had saved his and his companions' lives countless times. No matter how powerful the enemy's ability was, as long as he was teleported to the Tower of Eternity, what could they do? The eternal melody only needed mental strength to activate, and didn't need any spiritual energy support. Ever since the eternal melody was bound to Long Haochen, the Tower of Eternity had been absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world through it. Especially after Long Haochen joined the Holy War, the eternal melody became greedier, and the Tower of Eternity gave Long Haochen the feeling that it was a monster that was gradually awakening. The undead demon god Samakina became the Tower of Eternity's biggest sacrifice, and if it wasn't for his decisiveness, he would have been sucked dry by the Tower of Eternity. The absorption of the undead domain also greatly restored the radiance of the Tower of Eternity. Since then, Long Houchin had been on the battlefield many times, and each time the souls of those who died on the battlefield would be greatly absorbed by the eternal melody, and the spiritual energy would be injected into the Tower of Eternity. Long Houchin had observed the eternal melody on his chest several times, and he found that the eye sockets of the golden skull were gradually showing signs of golden flames jumping. It was as if the eternal melody was coming to life, and his relationship with the Tower of Eternity had also become closer. As the absorption of spiritual energy increased, the original scorching heat had gradually disappeared when the eternal melody absorbed spiritual energy from the outside world and was replaced by warmth. The influence on Long Houchin was also getting smaller and smaller. The heavy feeling of the Tower of Eternity also made Long Houchin feel that he always had a huge support. However, he had never intended to directly use this support and did not know how to use it. In his perception, he was more like the spokesperson of the Tower of Eternity, and the Tower of Eternity was like his employer, constantly absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world through him, but did not want to do anything for him, so he could not control the power of the Tower of Eternity at all. Of course, Long Houchin had never tried to control the Tower of Eternity. It would only be used when he needed to teleport. If it was as he guessed, the Tower of Eternity already had the wisdom of its artifact, then it might not even be controlled by the holy law of necromancy, the sleeping calamity Electrolux. It would be even more difficult for Long Houchin to get rid of it. Fortunately, no matter how it used Long Houchin, perhaps because the residual consciousness of Electrolux had recognized Long Houchin as his inheritor, the Tower of Eternity had never shown any signs of harm to Long Houchin. It was a little strange that Long Houchin did not reject the Tower of Eternity as much as the sleeping calamity Electrolux, the artifact that was full of greed for souls. In any case, the Tower of Eternity not only helped them improve their strength, but also saved the lives of him and his companions many times. Without the Tower of Eternity, Long Houchin and the others would have died in the hands of the demons. They would not have the achievements they had now, at least their strength would not have improved so quickly. Sure enough, as Long Houchin expected, in a situation where other weapons and equipment could not be activated, and even Yiting could not be summoned, the eternal melody shone as usual. Long Houchin's body that was covered in dark blue light had become illusory, as if it would disappear at any time. When the golden light appeared, a strange scene appeared. The golden light emitted from Long Houchin's chest almost instantly merged with the surrounding dark blue light, and the powerful spiritual fluctuations suddenly became chaotic. In shock, Long Houchin saw that the golden light emitted from the eternal melody not only merged with the dark blue light around his body, but also extended along the dark blue light beam towards the black mist of the demons in the distance. Almost in an instant, the dark blue light that connected the black mist to the southeastern fortress became dark blue and gold intertwined. In the air, Chiu Yonghao, the head of the warrior temple, wielded a huge beam of golden light, which brought a long towering sword as it slashed towards the black fog in the distance. At that moment, Long Houchin disappeared with a swoosh. The dark blue and gold intertwined light beam disappeared too. At the same time, the demon god of insight, the creator of the dark blue light beam in the distant black mist, also disappeared at the same time. The golden and blue lights that were entangled in the air disappeared almost at the same time. From the appearance of the dark blue light to the disappearance of all the other lights, only 2 breaths of time had passed. In such a short period of time, very few people knew what happened. The moment Long Houchin disappeared, Kai, Hanyu, Wang Yuan Yuan, and Lin Xian immediately calmed down. They were very familiar with Long Houchin, and the teleportation wave of spiritual power produced at the moment of his disappearance told them that Long Houchin had returned to the Tower of Eternity. Moreover, they had the soul chain necklace between them and Long Houchin, and the moment he teleported away, Kai and the others did not feel any associated attack. In other words, Long Haochin was not in danger, at least for now. The Tower of Eternity was their secret, and at the same time, it was the safest place for them. After sensing that Long Haochin had left through the Tower of Eternity, they immediately felt relieved. Perhaps he would teleport back in a while. Unfortunately, they didn't see that in the thick black fog opposite them, Paimon, the demon god of insight, also had a look of astonishment on his face. The demon god of insight, who was casting his innate skill, disappeared with the cavalier just like that. Long Haochin heaved a sigh of relief when the teleportation effect of the Tower of Eternity appeared. But he soon discovered that the dark blue light attached to him did not disappear, and it was still entangled with the golden light emitted by the Tower of Eternity. A tall figure vaguely appeared in front of him. The teleportation process was short. With a flash of light, Long Haochin had already entered the first floor of the Tower of Eternity. Not far in front of him was the demon god of insight, Crosser. Crosser's shock was much greater than Long Haochin's. The moment the teleportation appeared, his talent skill had completely escaped his control. Immediately after, he entered the process of teleportation that even his cultivation base could not resist. At this moment, as soon as the teleportation ended, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of dark blue blood. Originally, with the help of angel demon god Paimon, he would not have suffered a huge loss of vitality. However, during the teleportation process just now, his talent skill was still maintained, and it was impossible to interrupt it. The continuous effect, coupled with the effect of teleportation, immediately injured his origin. The more powerful the skill, the stronger the backlash, just like the spiritual stove. Crosser's cultivation base was actually not enough for him to rank in the 40s, and there were at least 5 or 6 demon gods behind him who were stronger than him. The reason why he could rank 49th was because of his talent skill. Crosser was known as the demon god of insight and could see the true situation of the enemy from a very long distance. In terms of magic, he belonged to the spiritual category. At the same time, like most demon gods, he also practiced magic and martial arts. Any illusion magic was useless in front of him. His talent skill was not strong for him, but if it was combined with other demon gods, it would be different. This talent skill of his was called the Spirit Attraction spell, and within a certain range he could use his origin mental power to instantly lock onto the opponent and produce a powerful teleportation effect. He could teleport the opponent in front of him in an instant. In a sense, the Insight Soul leading technique and Long Haochin's Saint Spiritual Stove had the same wonderful effect, but it was much more powerful than the latter. After all, the Saint Spiritual Stove was just a pull, while the Spirit Attraction spell was a direct teleportation. Imagine if Crosser's teleportation had been successful. Then what Long Haochin would have faced would have been a siege of 8 demon gods formed in an instant. No matter how good his talent was, even if he could exert all his strength and time, and with the protection of a divine artifact, he would still die without a doubt. That was a siege of 8 demon gods. There wouldn't even be a chance to treasure it. Of course, it was precisely because of the power of the Spirit Attraction spell that it had a lot of restrictions. Crosser could only use the Spirit Attraction spell once a day. If he used it purely with the help of the demon god pillars, whether he succeeded or failed, he would have a very long period of mental weakness. Only if other demon gods were willing to use their origin mental power to help him could he reduce the backlash. At the same time, the Spirit Attraction spell could not be used on opponents with stronger cultivation or mental power than him. As long as the opponent's spiritual power or mental power surpassed his, the success rate of the Spirit Attraction spell would be greatly reduced. Another restriction was Qiu Yonghao's warning to Long Haochin. The Spirit Attraction spell could only be used on one person. If Long Haochin could pull another person at that time, then the Spirit Attraction spell would immediately be ineffective. This was also why the angel demon god Paimon had to activate his angel domain to help Crosser cover up the phenomenon when he used his skill. This Spirit Attraction spell had already caused the warrior temple to suffer several times. For Tier 8 warlords had died in the hands of the demon god like this. Therefore, Chiu Yonghao was very strict with this move. The experts of the warrior temple were usually at least in pairs, not giving Crosser a chance to make a move. But Long Haochen was different. He had just arrived and did not know the ability of the demon god Crosser. Only then did he fall for it. However, how could he not wet his shoes when he often walked by the river? Crosser had walked too much at night, and this time he was finally unlucky enough to meet Long Haochen. Long Haochen's innate mental power was different from that of ordinary people, much stronger than that of experts of the same level. However, Crosser was a rank 9 demon god after all, and his magic attribute was mental. Therefore, Long Haochen's mental power was still inferior to his. Unless his cultivation could break through to rank 9, his mental power could not compare to the demon god insight. However, the strength of his mental power gave Long Haochen ample time to react. The stronger his mental power, the longer the teleportation process of the spirit attraction spell would take. Long Haochen successfully activated the Tower of Eternity with a few seconds of buffer. The Tower of Eternity's teleportation had a clear priority over the spirit attraction spell. As a supreme artifact, how could the demon god insight compare to the Tower of Eternity? Moreover, Long Haochen was now the spokesperson of the Tower of Eternity. The Tower of Eternity was counting on him to bring more souls. When he was in danger, this supreme artifact would naturally help him. However, the spirit attraction spell was activated with the demon god pillar as its source, and there were many strange things about it. Therefore, there was a mutation in the end. The Angel of Insight, Crosser, had indeed teleported Long Haochen to him, and Long Haochen had used the Tower of Eternity to teleport both of them here. Both teleportations were established, but Long Haochen had also escaped the crisis. What is this place? How did you escape? Crosser's heart was filled with doubts and shock as he looked at Long Haochen and could not help but ask. At the same time, he separated his hands, and a saber appeared in each of his palms. Black flames ignited on the saber, and at the same time, a layer of distorted fluctuations appeared around Crosser's body. He was filled with fear of an opponent who could destroy his spirit attraction spell. Long Haochen was also shocked when he discovered that he and Crosser had been teleported to the Tower of Eternity. As Crosser asked this question, he quickly moved back. An orange light flashed as the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield was placed horizontally in front of his chest. Unlike Crosser's confusion, Long Haochen had already vaguely guessed the truth from the situation in front of him and the process just now. "I'm not escaping, but counterattacking," Long Haochen replied coldly. From the powerful aura emitted by the other party, it was obvious that he was a demon god. He seemed to have been beside the demon god who was leading the other party. At this moment, Long Haochen had the time to size up Crosser. It had to be said that this demon god was very handsome, and with the 6 black wings on his back, he looked even more heroic. Crosser had already calmed down, and he was in no hurry to attack Long Haochen. "Is this another space? Since you have the ability to teleport me here, you naturally have the ability to teleport me back. Take me back, and I'll spare your life." Stalling for time was beneficial to him. Crosser was fearful of the place in front of him, but he was a spirit attribute demon god after all, and he had some experience in spatial positioning. He knew that Long Haochen must have something like a spatial key on him to teleport across space. As long as he obtained the spatial key, he would naturally be able to return to the holy demon continent. But to him, what was more important was the injury to his spiritual origin. He couldn't see through Long Haochen's strength, especially after seeing the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. With his current injuries, he wasn't confident that he could escape unscathed after killing Long Haochen. Therefore, he used words to stall for time and give himself time to recover. After all, the other party was only Tier 8. He was confident that he could kill Long Haochen after recovering a portion of his spiritual origin. Snake demon god Andamari, who was ranked last, was as cunning as a fox, let alone Crosser, who was ranked 49th. Although he didn't have a domain yet, his cultivation base was that of a Tier 9 powerhouse. Spare my life? Unfortunately, I've never thought of sparing you, Long Houchin mocked. Crosser was plotting against him, but wasn't he plotting against Crosser as well? At this moment, Long Houchin had already unleashed his senses and was trying his best to determine Crosser's cultivation. It was true that the other party was a Tier 9 powerhouse, but the strength of a Tier 9 powerhouse was very clear. The mouthful of dark blue blood that Crosser had spat out earlier was definitely not fake. He was clearly injured. However, Long Houchin didn't know the severity of his injuries. The Tower of Eternity could be said to be Long Houchin's home ground. Long Houchin was judging the difference in strength between the two sides, so he wouldn't act hastily. Facing Crosser, there was no doubt that Long Houchin was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation base, but he also had his own advantages. Firstly, in the Tower of Eternity, Long Houchin was absolutely confident that Crosser wouldn't be able to contact the demon god pillar that belonged to him. And a demon god who had lost the demon god pillar was just an ordinary Tier 9 powerhouse. Secondly, he was injured. No matter how injured he was, at least he wasn't completely unscathed. Moreover, judging from his powerful spiritual power, his injuries should also be related to his spiritual power. Long Houchin had never been afraid of mental attribute experts. Even the 12th ranked demon, Godseal's forbidden spell, had been reflected by him. Against a Tier 9, perhaps he could really make this demon god in front of him stay here forever. At the thought of this, Long Houchin's heart couldn't help but speed up. Fight a demon god alone? Win the battle. Even though he and Kair had just worked together to kill Scion Demon Mount Devil Shi'er, be it Shi'er or Andamari, they were all Tier 8 demon gods. Although they could temporarily raise their cultivation to Tier 9 through the demon god pillar, there was still a gap between them and a true Tier 9. Can I win? Long Houchin wasn't sure, but he had already made up his mind to give it a try no matter what. Chapter 199. Hearing Long Houchin's words, Crosser raised his eyebrows and smiled. A mere rank 8 knight is trying to challenge the dignity of a rank 9? I know what you're thinking. I don't have the help of the demon god pillar here, right? But even without the demon god pillar, how can you be my match? Submit or die, you only have one choice. As he spoke, Crosser suddenly raised the long saber in his right hand, and a pitch-black blade of light shot straight at Long Houchin. The speed of the blade of light wasn't very fast, but the moment it slashed out, Long Houchin felt that he had been completely locked on by Crosser. No matter which direction he dodged in, it was impossible for him to dodge this attack. Crosser's eyes had already turned dark blue. The demon god of insight wasn't just for show. During the battle, his insight could also play a crucial role. He could even predict the enemy's first move and judge the enemy's next move. Under such circumstances, his attack would definitely be able to produce the greatest effect. None of the 72 demon god pillars of demons were simple. Be it strength or intelligence, they were all the same. Crosser's attack was both a deterrent and a test. He couldn't figure out how high Long Houchin's cultivation base could reach. Long Houchin took half a step back, and his body suddenly froze. At the same time, he made a move like a longbow being pulled, holding the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield with both hands. Clang! A crisp, buzzing sound echoed violently on the first floor of the Tower of Eternity. Long Houchin's feet slid back against the ground until he hit the edge of the Tower of Eternity before stopping. The Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield shone with a strong orange-red halo. Long Houchin's body also flashed with golden light, and the different colors of light caused the surrounding space to tremble. After suffering this blow, Long Houchin's face was filled with shock. That's right, he could feel that Crosser's internal spiritual energy was in the hundreds of thousands. It was impossible for it to reach the level of Tier 2 rank 9. However, Even with such a cultivation base, he was completely unable to block the saber strike with his divine defense. Previously, the golden light on his body contained the light of light's vengeance, but at the same time there was also the golden light produced by the life-sharing soul chain. In other words, Long Houchen was injured. Although it wasn't serious, he still suffered a slight shock under the defense of the sun-moon divine snail shield, and after his companions shared the burden. This showed how powerful Crosser was. A mere firefly dares to boast to me? Godseal was unforgiving. After his attack succeeded, he slashed at Long Houchen with his other saber. The pitch-black radiance was like a bolt of cold lightning as it charged at Long Houchen. His saber wasn't ordinary, and it used an ability similar to that of the Lingang. This was the judgment Long Houchen made immediately after receiving the first blow. What he didn't know was that among the demons, although a single demon god was far inferior to those demon gods with a race, the demon god emperor, in order to encourage these demon gods, would often bestow some powerful equipment to them. Therefore, a single demon god's combat strength was relatively strong. Although Insight demon god Crosser strength was ranked relatively low among the single demon gods, if it wasn't for his overall strength reaching 49th, he wouldn't have been ranked in this position. A true stage 9 ranker, coupled with the Insight technique, if he could cultivate a domain, he might be able to enter the top 36. In the test, Long Houchen suffered as soon as he came up. However, as a god blessed, he naturally couldn't continue to suffer losses forever. Seeing that the opponent's second attack was about to arrive, Long Houchen's body strangely disappeared. Without any warning, he strangely disappeared. Boom! Crosser's attack landed directly on the Tower of Eternity, causing a series of buzzing sounds. He couldn't help but be stunned. Even with his insight, he couldn't see how Long Houchen left. Of course, Long Houchen couldn't really teleport back to the Holy Demon Continent. Teleportation through the Tower of Eternity required time to buffer. Moreover, he couldn't leave Crosser here alone. Otherwise, once Crosser went to explore the mysteries of the Tower of Eternity and obtain something, it would really be too big to escape. There was a flash of light, and in the next instant, Long Houchen had already reappeared at his previous position. At the same time, there was also a bright moon that was like a small mountain. There were 5 bright moons. In addition to the Tower of Eternity's teleportation, Long Houchen also had the blood contract teleportation from Haoyue. Fighting Crosser in the Tower of Eternity, Long Houchen's greatest advantage was that he could completely reveal all of his abilities without any scruples. Even if he couldn't kill Crosser, Crosser couldn't kill the Tower of Eternity either. Roar! Haoyue's 5 heads let out a heaven-shaking roar at the same time, and a thick purple aura burst out from Haoyue's body and shrouded Crosser. Suddenly, the previously arrogant demon god of insight retreated in a panic as if he had encountered a ghost. His face was already aghast. Why you're... For a moment, he couldn't even say a whole sentence. Of course, Long Houchen knew that the other party had already recognized him. He withdrew the sun-moon divine snail shield and pointed his right hand in front of him. Suddenly, a golden light separated from his body. Yuting appeared in front of Long Houchen, holding 2 heavy swords in her arms. Master. Yuting bowed slightly and handed the 2 heavy swords to Long Houchen. Long Houchen received the aria of the goddess of light, blue rain, and hibiscus of light. Immediately, his temperament underwent an earth-shattering change. Sharp sword intent burst forth from his body without the slightest bit of restraint, and his aura was more than twice as strong as before. You're that human. You're that human. Crosser retreated more than 10 meters before he could stand still. He stared at Haoyue, and fear from the depths of his bloodline spread throughout his body. For a moment, his brain could no longer remain as calm as before. The demon gods of demons had been passed down for many generations, but not all of their memories had been passed down. The more powerful the demon god, the more perfect the inheritance of their ancestors' memories. Hence, Demon Emperor could directly call out Haoyue's other name, but Crosser, who was ranked 49th, could not. However, the instinct from his bloodline was still there. Although he could not call out who Haoyue was, he could deeply sense the terrifying threat that Haoyue posed to him, and because of this feeling he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. The last time Long Haochen killed the Green Demon Horseman, he had teleported to the space where Haoyue was and immediately armored Haoyue and fused with his adamantine foundation battle armor. But at that time he did not have the time to see the changes in Haoyue clearly. He only felt that Haoyue had become stronger. At this moment, Haoyue was already more than 15 meters long. His aura had become thicker, and a unique dignity was vaguely being released from his body. In Long Haochen's perception, Haoyue's cultivation was not yet at rank 8, and he was inferior to him, around the peak of rank 7. However, with his peak rank 7 aura, he could actually make Demon God Crosser, a rank 9 powerhouse, feel fear. Why was that? Long Haochen had tried to ask Haoyue in the past, but Haoyue had always avoided it. Sometimes he would even show obvious confusion, as if even he could not remember anything. Moreover, he only had one head when he followed Long Haochen, and he had evolved a second head with the help of Long Haochen's blood. What could such a young Haoyue know? In Long Haochen's guess, the ones who could truly pose a threat to the demons were most likely Haoyue's ancestors, including those in Haoyue's space. In other words, the Haoyue race was very powerful and would definitely have stronger growth in the future. That was Long Haochen's judgment. Therefore, it was normal for Haoyue not to know what was going on. Haoyue's 5 heads were light, fire, wind, water, and poison. Among the 5 heads, Little Light was in the middle, next to Little Fire and Little Wind, and further outside were Little Blue and Little Purple. The cold gazes of the 5 heads all landed on Crosser, faintly emitting a strong aura of hatred. Just like how demons would feel fear when they met Haoyue, Haoyue would also feel intense hatred when they met demon gods. Could it be that their bloodlines were innately incompatible? Long Haochen did not understand this. After all, Haoyue did not exist in this space. Why did it have so much hatred for demons? It was probably because of the discord between their bloodlines. At the base of Haoyue's thick neck, there was another bulge. This bulge was already huge, and according to Long Haochen's understanding of it, it could break out of its body at any time. In other words, Haoyue might have evolved again. This might be its 6th head. Haoyue let out another low roar, and a strong fighting spirit emanated from its body. It was actually asking Long Haochen to fight and directly attack Crosser. Of course, Long Haochen would not let it do that. After all, Haoyue was only at the peak of the 7th grade. If it was seriously injured by the enemy's attack, Long Haochen's heart would ache. After a brief telepathic communication, Long Haochen had already risen and landed on Haoyue's back. Yuting stayed there, standing on top of Baldy's head. She raised her staff and began chanting. Long Haochen did not summon the Star King here. There was a strong undead aura in the Tower of Eternity, and he did not want the Star King to be affected. However, apart from Haoyue and Yuting, did Long Haochen have no other powers? Of course not. Even if he was not willing to use this power, he could not care less when facing the demon god. The strength that Crosser had displayed previously made Long Haochen deeply afraid, so he did not dare to hold back. For rays of light shot out from Long Haochen's chest at almost the same time. Blue and yellow rays appeared behind Long Haochen, while red and green rays appeared on both sides. The same tyrannical aura was emitted from their bodies. They were Holy Guards 9, 10, 11, and 12, the 4 powerhouses of the Holy Guards. As Long Haochen did not continue to enter the Tower of Eternity, the 4 Holy Guards did not continue to evolve and maintain their 7th grade cultivation base. However, with the assistance of 4 7th grade powerhouses, and each of them had their own specialties, it was also a great help to Long Haochen. Was this considered a gang fight? At this moment, Such a strange thought appeared in Long Houchen's mind. Hao Yue, Yiting, the 4 holy guards, and Long Houchen himself. This was his full strength. This was already equivalent to a king-grade monster hunters team, or even much stronger. Crosser gradually calmed down in fear. He finally felt that his life was in danger. Long Houchen was not afraid, and he did not care about the 4 holy guards. However, Hao Yue's appearance made him panic. A faint golden mist rose around Long Houchen's body, accumulating power. An orange-red light immediately rose from the fine gold foundation battle armor, and the aria of the goddess of light, blue rain, and hibiscus of light in Long Houchen's hands also rose with their own light. With the support of the fine gold foundation battle armor, Long Houchen used his abundant spiritual energy to undo the seal on the aria of the goddess of light almost effortlessly. He also activated the epic grade light of blue rain and hibiscus of light. The 2 colors of orange and emerald green didn't match well, but after Long Houchen's golden light, they became exceptionally dazzling. Hao Yue's 5 big eyes rippled with a faint purple light, and even the 9 purple light patterns on Long Houchen's head lit up. Hao Yue's right front leg took half a step to the right and landed on the ground with a heavy thud. His entire body was embedded there like a boulder. 5 big heads, 5 different colors of light, rose at the same time. What was even more terrifying was that these 5 kinds of light weren't pure attacks. Light's brilliant world was directly connected to Long Houchen, and the other 4 heads were clearly preparing different spells. Apart from light, the other 4 heads were swaying slightly. Crosser was the demon god of insight, and no matter how afraid he was, he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If all the enemies on the other side finished accumulating power, then he would definitely die. His desire to survive overcame his fear. Crosser let out a roar and rushed up like a dark blue bolt of lightning. The 6 wings on his back flapped with all their might, propelling him straight toward Long Houchen. Crosser could naturally tell that Long Houchen was the core of these enemies. As long as he could kill Long Houchen, then the other existences wouldn't be a threat to him. It was the same for Hao Yue. He could sense the contract between Hao Yue and Long Houchen. The 2 blades slashed out, but they weren't aimed at Long Houchen. 2 pitch-black rays of light slashed at 12 and 10. The demon god of insight's powerful locking ability made it impossible for the 2 holy guards to dodge. Crosser didn't even look at them. An ice-cold dark blue light erupted from his eyes and charged straight at Long Houchen's eyes. Mental shock. As a mental demon god, Crosser was best at all kinds of mental magic. With his stage 9 cultivation base, if the enemy was slightly weaker, their heads would explode and they would die instantly. Long Houchen didn't try to dodge. The most terrifying thing about Crosser was that he could rely on his powerful insight to make all his attacks land on the ground, making it impossible to dodge. Hao Yue roared at the same time, and the eyes of his 5 heads burst out with intense purple light. At that moment, Hao Yue and Long Houchen seemed to have become one. As Hao Yue's eyes flickered with purple light, Long Houchen's eyes turned purplish gold. The 4 holy guards met Crosser's blades at the same time. They couldn't dodge, and the powerful combat skills of the 4 holy guards were greatly suppressed. But even so, they had their own methods. 2 icy blue rays of light shot out from 11 staff at the same time and landed on the 2 black blades of light. Of course, this simple spell couldn't block the Lingang's light blade, but it slightly slowed down its attack speed. At this moment, 2 thick mud walls appeared in front of number 12 and number 10, respectively. What was even more strange was that as soon as the 2 earth walls appeared, they immediately changed. In the blink of an eye, the earth walls turned into earth balls that were at least 3 times thicker than before. At the same time, number 10 and number 12 Holy Guard retreated rapidly. Needless to say, speed was number 10's forte. The enemy's attack couldn't be dodged, but it could extend the duration of the collision by increasing the distance. On the other side, 12 even slashed his blade at the ground and pushed his body backward rapidly through the reaction force. Boom! Boom! The two earth balls shattered at the same time. However, 9's power was fully displayed at this moment. 9 earth walls appeared in front of Holy Guard 10 and Holy Guard 12 one after another. They transformed into spheres to block Godseal's attacks. When the Ling gang finally arrived in front of the two Holy Guards, they were blocked by two extremely thick diamond ice walls. Relying on their powerful control of magic, Holy Guard number 9 and Holy Guard number 11 helped Holy Guard number 10 and Holy Guard number 12 resist this attack. But even so, when 10 and 12 blocked the aftermath of the attack, they were still sent flying to the edge of the Tower of Eternity. This showed how powerful the demon god Crosser was, and how terrifying the suppression of a rank 9 powerhouse on a low-level opponent was. However, Crosser was at a disadvantage at this moment. The spiritual shock from his eyes landed on Long Houchen's purplish gold eyes, but it didn't have the slightest effect. It was as if Long Houchen's eyes had an additional shield, which blocked the power of the spiritual shock. At the same time, the aria of the Goddess of Light in Long Houchen's right hand slowly slashed out. This slash of Long Houchen's was very slow. His sword intent was contained, and the sword ray released by the aria of the Goddess of Light was completely restrained. The orange-red splendor flickered at the tip of the sword, faintly emitting a 7-colored golden light. That's right, under the urging of Long Houchen's Ling gang and sword intent, the aria of the Goddess of Light had already released a power close to that of a divine weapon. Of course, this wasn't just because of the advancement of Long Houchen's cultivation. More importantly, it was the nourishment of the two heavy swords by the meteorite. Yuting's body had fused with the saint's spiritual stove, which was the best nurturing power. The meteorite integrated into the saint's spiritual stove and nourished the two heavy swords, constantly improving their quality. Of course, this improvement wasn't over yet. With the continuous improvement of the quality of the two heavy swords, the consumption of the meteorite was also increasing, and the nourishment couldn't continue for too long. It was just that Yuting didn't have time to tell Long Houchen. But even so, the two heavy swords had now stabilized at the epic level, especially Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light. They had originally only entered the epic level, and this time they completely relied on the nourishment of the meteorite to advance. The two swords parried, and the forward momentum came to a screeching halt. Crosser also didn't dare to use his own body to take this blow from Long Houchen. It was also at this time that a huge 6-winged seraph light shadow appeared behind Long Houchen. This light shadow directly attached to Long Houchen's back, immediately causing the light on his two swords to explode. Even with Long Houchen's mental strength, he was already unable to completely suppress the terrifying sword intent contained in the swords. The amplification from Yuting was the 8th grade light spell, Seraph's Kiss. The amplification effect of this skill was so powerful that it ranked at the top among Tier 8 light-type spells. It could increase the speed at which Long Houchen condensed light elements, and at the same time, transform all of his spiritual power into Lingang. It lasted for 30 seconds. In other words, the Seraph's Kiss skill could directly make Long Houchen a rank 9 powerhouse for 30 seconds. This amplification was already comparable to the Star King's Star Domain. It was just that the Star Domain lasted longer. Boom! 1 sword against 2 sabers. Long Houchen took 3 steps back, and the Demon God of Insight's charge came to a halt. Long Houchen's attack ended, but the sharp sword intent attacked his body crazily, causing Crosser's entire body to turn cold and unable to connect with the next attack. However, the Ling gang on Crosser's sabers was terrifying enough, and Long Houchen, who was knocked back, was also unable to connect. But no matter what, he still blocked Crosser's attack head-on. The battle had just begun. Hao Yue's 4 heads spat out 4 spells at the same time and attacked Crosser. What Xiaohua spat out was a fire dragon that wrapped around Crosser's body. What Xiaoqing sent out was a tornado made of wind blades. The wind fueled the fire, and it was a wind-fire combination skill. Xiaolan and Xiaozi also completed a dual-element combination skill. A purplish-blue spear hovered silently in the air, its tip pointing downwards, just as Crossel was engulfed by the wind and fire vortex. This purplish-blue radiance silently descended from the sky, piercing straight for Crossel's head. With Hao Yue's support, Long Haochen crossed his swords in front of him and channeled all of his power into the two epic heavy swords, raising his spiritual power to the extreme. Immediately, the two heavy swords trembled slightly. The light they emitted became stronger and stronger. The light was strong, but the sword light was restrained. Long Haochen forcefully suppressed the sword intent exposed after the upgrade of Kiss of the Seraphim back into the sword. It looked like the aria of the Goddess of Light was now like an orange jelly, transparent, shiny, and full of tempting taste. As for Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light, they were a dark green emerald color. They were full of vitality, just like the color of newly sprouted buds. The dense golden light mist rose again, and intense golden flames instantly rose from the light mist. Long Haochen was going all out. Facing Hao Yue's attack, Crosser's strength seemed to be clearly suppressed. His 100% ability was directly reduced by 20%, and he became extremely cautious. The two blades pointed to the sky and the ground, and a dark blue light spread out from his eyes again as he spun on the spot. He turned into a black pillar of light and collided with the two combination spells. The difference in cultivation was obvious at this moment. The vortex of wind and fire was the first to be broken, and the powerful cutting force and the fire dragons burning were completely unable to invade the black pillar of light. On the other hand, the ice spear that descended from the sky disappeared in a flash, not even leaving a trace behind. The black light converged, and Crosser staggered back a step. On his left shoulder there was a dark purple dot. His left arm fell limply to the ground. Hao Yue's attack had actually injured him. This was truly unbelievable. With Hao Yue's peak rank 7 cultivation, he had actually injured the rank 9 demon god of insight. The other 3 spells were all to pave the way for Little Purple's poison. Little Blue sent an ice, and the ice instantly turned into water. Although only a drop quietly entered Crosser's defense, the terrifying paralyzing poison had completely paralyzed even the Tier 9 powerhouse's left arm. A demon god's resistance to poison was extremely high, but Hao Yue's poison was clearly extraordinary. Under the effect of this paralyzing poison, it would take some time for Crosser's arm to recover to normal. However, Long Haochen did not move. He was still accumulating strength, and the 4 holy guards were the ones who attacked. Crosser felt his body sink. Then, a sparkling light descended from the sky above his head. It was a diamond-like spear. At the same time, an icy blue halo instantly enveloped his body. The cold ice halo instantly exploded, producing an extreme chill. A red and a green figure took this opportunity to suddenly jump up and launch an almost crazy and fierce attack. However, it was precisely because of Hao Yue's paralyzing poison that Crosser completely calmed down. Hao Yue's attack had indeed injured him, but at the same time, Hao Yue's attack had also made Crosser realize that the creature in front of him that made him feel fear was inferior to him. As a demon god of insight, his strength was fully displayed in this situation. In such a disadvantageous situation, Crosser, who had calmed down, was definitely terrifying. He stomped his left foot heavily on the ground, and a layer of black light immediately burst out from his body, forcefully dissolving the ice halo of 11th Holy Guard. At the same time, it slowed down the diamond spear above his head. He raised the saber in his right hand, and this attack could be described as exquisite. A huge arc of light blade that was 270 degrees bloomed. The front of the light blade sliced straight at Long Houchin, and the top of the light blade happened to meet the diamond spear. As for the attacks from 10th and 12th Holy Guards behind him, his 6 wings seemed to have come to life, blocking high and low, blocking all the attacks of the 2 Holy Guards. The sparkling and translucent golden light transformed into a water droplet and collided with the black arc-shaped light blade. The light blade that was attacking Long Houchin actually shattered upon colliding with the tear-like golden water droplet. This was Yi Ting's second attack, and after this attack, Yi Ting's face clearly turned pale. Her cultivation base was equivalent to an elementary rank 8 light mage, relying on her cultivation base to block the attack of a rank 9 powerhouse. The power of this spell could be imagined. The Tear of the Goddess of Light, a rank 8 single-target spell, could only be cast by Yi Ting with the help of the aura of Long Houchin's oracle. Moreover, for her, this skill was already used beyond her level. The Tear of the Goddess of Light was at the peak of rank 8. Not only was Crosser's attack blocked, but even the saber in his hand had a hint of gold that was rapidly melting his dark spiritual power. Don't forget that in the Tower of Eternity, Long Houchin had another advantage, and that was spiritual power replenishment. Apart from the light attribute and death attribute, there were no other attributes that could be replenished here. At the beginning of the battle, Crosser did not notice it too much. However, as the battle progressed, he felt that something was wrong. In other words, the more spiritual power he consumed, the less he consumed. However, don't think that a prolonged battle would be advantageous to Long Houchin if he couldn't replenish his spiritual power. Crosser's attack could not be dodged, and the 4 Holy Guards could not do much in front of him. With the ability of the Demon God of Insight, it was impossible for him not to discover that his spiritual power could not be recovered. Once he was forced to a critical juncture, he would definitely jump over the wall and desperately counterattack. Therefore, Long Houchin had to raise his cultivation base to a strong enough realm to deal with him before he jumped over the wall. Ding! The diamond spear in the air instantly shattered, but it also caused Crosser's movements to pause slightly. The 4 Holy Guards and Yi Ting's magic bought a lot of time for Long Houchin. A mere undead creature dares to be impudent in front of me. Crosser was blocked one after another, and he was already infuriated. He narrowed his eyes, and a layer of dark blue light suddenly rippled out from his head, charging towards the 4 Holy Guards. The moment his dark blue light rippled, the 4 Holy Guards panicked. They suddenly turned into 4 streams of light and disappeared into the eternal melody. Even so, when they passed through the dark blue ripples, the streams of light they turned into dimmed a little. When the 4 Holy Guards first appeared, Crosser was fighting with Long Houchin, so he did not pay much attention to them. However, he soon discovered that these Holy Guards were actually undead creatures supported by the souls of powerhouses. As a spirited tribute demon god, he was innately the nemesis of undead creatures. The source of power of all undead creatures was soul fire, and his spiritual magic was best at destroying soul fire. Therefore, his mental attack was a devastating disaster for the 4 great Holy Guards. Their soul fire was far from enough to contend with Crosser, and they immediately fled in panic. Otherwise, once the soul fire was extinguished, they would never be able to resurrect again. Jade-like light shot out from the sky like rain and mist. The figure that suddenly exploded emitted a strong purplish gold luster, and the mountain-like Haiwa had already disappeared into thin air. Armor transformation, fusion. Long Houchin's strongest combat strength erupted. However, Long Houchin's realm was not at the 9th rank after all. Only with the help of Haiwa's armor could he fully display the power of the pair of heavy swords in his hands. Only then could he fight on the same level as the demon god Insight Crosser. At this moment, the paralyzing poison in Crosser's left arm had yet to be completely expelled. He was only facing Long Houchin's attack with one arm. That jade green light was Long Houchin's unique creation, the demon vanquishing flash. The color of life brought about by blue rain and hibiscus of light enveloped all the routes Crosser could dodge. Can't you predict my attack? All right, I'll fight you head on. Crosser raised the saber in his left hand, and the 9 saber shadows merged into one in the air. Ear-piercing collisions sounded continuously. The two of them passed by each other. Crosser was struck by Long Houchen's sword at least 3 times, leaving 3 small bloody holes on his body. They were all on his left shoulder. Dark blue blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground with a series of puffing sounds. Long Houchen did not come without a price. Crosser's powerful judgment allowed one of his 9 blades to slash across Long Houchen's chest armor. However, the fine gold foundation armor that had turned purplish gold only caved in slightly before immediately returning to normal. It did not even trigger the life-sharing of the soul chain. Crosser narrowed his eyes, but his drooping left arm moved. He had deliberately let Long Houchen stab him in order to hit Long Houchen and detoxify himself. Blood flowed, and his left arm began to feel a little. Long Houchen's attack did not stop. The moment the two sides separated, he tapped the ground with the tip of his left foot and pounced at Crosser like a bolt of purplish gold lightning. The aria of the goddess of light in his right hand burst forth with an incomparably dazzling brilliance. The sparkling and translucent orange-red lingang pierced through the sword and slashed at Crosser with a shocking rainbow in the air. It was light speed flash and azura slash. The blue rain and hibiscus of light in his left hand seemed to have disappeared, and the green light faded. But it was even more threatening. A hint of panic appeared in Crosser's eyes. It was precisely because he could determine what Long Houchen was going to do through insight that he panicked even more. This was because he could not withstand this attack. After fusing with Hao Yue, Long Houchen's strength was enough to fight him head-on. Long Houchen could not last long, but Crosser could not recover his spirit energy here either. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. He raised the saber in his right hand. At the same time, Crosser's body suddenly became illusory. 8 phantoms separated from his body in a row. As soon as each phantom separated, it immediately became corporeal and spread out in all directions. Clang! Amidst the violent rumble, Crosser's body collided with the lingang slashed out by the aria of the goddess of light and immediately retreated. He wanted to merge into his clones. However, right at this moment, a dark green light flashed before disappearing. Crosser only had time to use the hilt of the saber in his right hand to knock the green light, but it was only slightly askew. He twisted his body with all his might to avoid his vital points as much as possible. Azura stab. The azura stab of blue rain and hibiscus of light. Chapter 200. Uft. Dark blue blood burst out, leaving a long bloodstain on Crosser's waist. Although the demon gods' external spiritual power was strong, their defense was not enough to protect themselves against the attack of an epic weapon. However, even though Crosser was struck, he still smoothly backed up. The other 8 clones swarmed over, all of them identical, mixing together with Crosser's real body and then quickly separating. Long Houchen narrowed his eyes and snorted in disdain. He suddenly closed his eyes and swung the aria of the goddess of light in his right hand upwards. A red light flew out as if it had eyes. At the same time, a golden light suddenly flew behind Long Houchen. A golden light connected to Long Houchen, and a white light shot out at the same time, chasing after the red light and flying towards one of the 9 demon god insight Crosser. You forgot that the knight has a skill called Lock-On, and you also forgot that the knight has a spiritual stove called Holy Guide. Long Houchen's clear voice echoed in the first floor of the Tower of Eternity. The red light quickly landed on one of Crosser's bodies, and then the white light became a bridge between him and Long Houchen. Stamping his right foot on the ground, Long Houchen burst out again. At the same time, a layer of scarlet light lit up on his body. He could already feel that the time he had fused with Hao Yue was passing quickly, and there were not many times he could maintain his strongest attack. He had to kill his opponent in a short time, or else he could only think of a way to escape. Sacrifice. Long Haochen had not used this skill for a long time, and he finally used it this time. It was the same sacrifice skill, but Long Haochen was surprised to find that the increase this time was more powerful than ever. This was because of the increase in his external and internal spiritual power. His body's endurance was stronger, and his potential as a favored was greater. The effect of the sacrifice skill on him was greater. Aria of the Goddess of Light, Blue Rain, and Hibiscus of Light all burst out with 2 light blades, and the solid Lingang looked no different from the sword itself. The terrifying spiritual power caused the 2 divine swords to emit a slight, buzzing sound. A loud dragon roar sounded from Long Haochen. He didn't care about the other 8 clones and rushed straight to Crosser's body. The golden light dragon rushed out horizontally, and the 2 divine swords were like 2 bright and dazzling eyes of the light dragon. It was the Punishment Knight's skill, Rising Dragon Strike. Just as the Rising Dragon Strike was about to hit Crosser, the 9 Crosser figures suddenly distorted at the same time. Then, the Rising Dragon Strike that Long Haochen had transformed into suddenly turned around under the influence of the saint's spiritual stove and the lock-on, striking a figure on the side. Boom! The 9 figures merged into one, and Crosser staggered back. Although his 8 clones didn't confuse Long Haochen, he quickly transferred his body at the last moment, thus restraining Long Haochen's attack to a certain extent. But even so, Long Haochen's attack power in the state of sacrifice was too strong. All kinds of amplifications superimposed together could only be described as terrifying. Fortunately, Crosser's left arm had regained the ability to move. Although it was still a little stiff compared to his right arm, it was better than fighting Long Haochen with one arm. Dodging and assaulting, Long Haochen's offensive broke out in an instant. With the gradual deepening of his understanding of sword intent, he could now integrate sword intent into his skills. In the state of complete victory of the 2 holy swords, any skill used was extremely terrifying. The 2 swords, Glorious Sun / 1 orange and 1 emerald green, appeared in the air at the same time and fell toward Crosser like meteors chasing the moon. Crosser's long sabers went up with all his might, and a dark blue light mixed with his own dark spiritual power erupted, forming a thick, dark blue shield like a shield as he raised the long sabers. Boom, boom! Amidst 2 violent explosions, Crosser retreated as if he had been electrocuted. The black light shield shattered, and a huge gap was left on each of the long sabers in his hands. The unparalleled sword intent covered his body with a layer of green and orange light. Crosser raised his head and spat out a mouthful of dark blue blood at Long Haochen. The blood was mixed with a large amount of orange and green spiritual power. It made a series of puffing sounds in the air. Long Haochen's sword intent had dissolved the destructive power from the blood. It could be seen that Long Haochen's sword intent had actually invaded Crosser's body. Long Haochen was merciless. His purple gold figure almost slid on the ground as he caught up to Crosser in an instant. He raised his swords at the same time and used Demon Destruction Flash. Countless light shadows covered Crosser. At this moment, Crosser's face was already deathly pale. With a loud shout, his body suddenly squatted down. Soon after, a layer of pitch-black light suddenly surged out from his forehead, covering his body like a giant egg. Amidst a series of ear-piercing buzzes, the giant egg was instantly riddled with holes. However, a strange scene appeared. The giant egg suddenly moved horizontally with the same light shadow. The previous giant egg shattered, and then the giant egg broke open. Crosser suddenly rushed out and swept his saber at Long Haochen. With Crosser's ability to see through the demon god, he could naturally tell that Long Haochen's special state could not last long. That was why he had been passively defending. As long as he stalled for enough time, Long Haochen would definitely collapse on his own. However, he soon realized that this method was not working. He could not withstand Long Houchen's combat power by completely passively defending. Therefore, after using a secret technique to block Long Houchen's demon destruction flash, Crosser immediately launched a counterattack. Attack was the best defense. However, just as Crosser was about to counterattack, he did not expect Long Houchen's next move. Long Houchen, who was supposed to continue attacking, suddenly turned into a stream of light and quickly retreated. Light speed flash was also extremely fast when used to retreat, and Crosser's attack instantly missed. Amidst a loud dragon roar, a jade-green dragon surged out from Long Houchen's left hand. It was the time when Crosser attacked and did not have time to change his move. Moreover, under Long Houchen's previous series of attacks, he was under too much pressure, and he was locked onto by Long Houchen. It was impossible for him to dodge. Amidst an intense explosion, the two long sabers in Crosser's hands broke. Although his two long sabers were not at the epic stage, they were not far from it. Crosser could not help but feel his heart ache for them to be destroyed under Long Houchen's series of attacks. However, a long saber was a long saber after all. Even if it was broken, there was still about half of it above the hilt. Therefore, Crosser did not abandon it. Instead, he tried his best to activate the long saber in an attempt to resolve the predicament in front of him. The immense impact produced by the jade-green dragon caused the demon god Insight to spit out blood again. What shocked him even more was that the jade-green dragon actually entangled his body, and the powerful binding force made it impossible for him to rush out for a while. Light Rain Double Dragon Draw, an additional skill of Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light. Long Houchen had endured for so long and finally launched an attack that decided the outcome. After a series of blows and weakening, he believed that Crosser would no longer be able to block his final attack. The two swords separated on both sides of his body. Long Houchen took a deep breath and instantly gathered the last of his spiritual energy in the sacrifice state. Two shocking rays of light, jade green and orange red, suddenly shot out and crisscrossed. Crisscrossed was definitely a very ordinary skill among Long Houchen's disciplined knight skills. However, when used with the two divine swords in his hands, they could turn simple into complicated and rotten into magical. It produced an effect similar to the dual swords combination. After Long Houchen used that effect for the first time, he had also tried to use other abilities to bring out the effect of the dual swords combination. But it turned out that, at least with his current cultivation, only the cross slash could make the two divine swords reach a compatible intersection point. Two dazzling lights shone at the same time, and the powerful Lingang fused in the air. A buzzing sound echoed in the air like immortal music. The aria of the goddess of light, Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light were once again compatible. It emitted a faint blue light. It was like the first ray of dawn illuminating the sky in the morning. The combination of water and light meant life. This sword seemed to be searching for the profundity of the origin of life. The leisurely blue light and the crisscrossed cross finally fused into one point and lightly sank into the chest of the demon god Insight Crosser. Along with the increase in his strength and understanding of his abilities, Long Houchen's most powerful attack with multiple enhancements had also clearly improved. Crosser's body, which was struggling with all his might, suddenly froze. His gaze also became dull, and the binding force of the Light Rain Double Dragon Draw, no, it should be called the Light Rain Jade Dragon Draw now. Boom! Countless blue lights burst out from Crosser's body. The light of dawn that burst out from the darkness instantly shattered his body. At this moment, Long Houchen, who had exhausted all his strength, sat on the ground dejectedly. Hao Yue was released from his body and immediately returned to his space. Yu Ting also entered Long Houchen's body. Long Houchen was able to maintain his strongest state for so long because of Yu Ting's buff. The pair of divine swords in Long Houchen's hands had lost their luster, and he didn't even have the strength to retract them into his body. However, Long Houchen's eyes didn't ease up because of Crosser's explosion. Instead, they revealed intense shock. "You didn't expect this, did you, human?" Crosser's mocking voice sounded. Among the broken corpses, a small body that was only 2 feet tall crawled out. It was precisely because Crosser's aura did not disappear that Long Houchen did not relax his vigilance. The situation before him had completely exceeded his expectations. Crosser was clearly dead. But why did a miniature version of him appear? The 2-foot-tall figure also had 6 black wings on its back. Its head was very large, almost occupying half of its entire body. There were only a few sparse yellow hairs on its head, and its eyes emitted a deathly white color. Its limbs were extremely thin and small, and so was its body. It formed a sharp contrast with its huge head, and its yellow teeth emitted a foul stench. A faint aura of darkness emanated from his body. There were at least a dozen bone-deep wounds on his body. A corner of his huge head had even been cut off, and one could see the white grooves wriggling like worms inside. It was as disgusting as one could imagine. In particular, his voice had also become abnormally hoarse, sounding like the cawing of a crow. "You." Long Houchen stared blankly at this unknown creature, momentarily speechless. The 2-foot-tall figure chuckled. "I'm the demon god of insight, Crosser. To be precise, I'm Crosser's main body. Among the 72 demon gods, my strength isn't much, but in terms of survivability, few of them can compare to me. What you killed was only my parasite. Speaking of which, it's really difficult to nurture such a parasite. I need to find a near-perfect body among you humans to satisfy me. Then, I'll have to spend several years to completely occupy it and channel more than 90% of my strength into the parasite. However, no matter how difficult it is, it's worth it. At least the parasite is perfect, and it's my second life. That skill you just used was indeed terrifying. It can even be compared to the top 36 demon gods. It's a pity that you can only kill my parasites. Judging from your voice, you shouldn't be old. I hope you're handsome enough. You've even used the sacrifice skill. I'm sure it'll be difficult for you to raise a finger now. Quickly take off the mask on your face and let me have a look. If I'm satisfied, although your soul will be erased, at least your body can be fused with mine. To you, this is such an honor." At this point, Crosser could not help but laugh out loud, but his laughter was filled with coldness and cruelty. He hated Long Houchen to the core. It was extremely difficult to nurture a parasite. Once the parasite was killed, it would take at least 5 years for him to recover his original strength. Furthermore, his vitality would be greatly damaged. It would take as long as 10 years for his vitality to fully recover. That was why Crosser was in no hurry to kill Long Houchen now that he had the upper hand. He wouldn't rest until he tortured Long Houchen to the point where he wished he was dead. Long Houchen seemed to be very afraid. His body trembled slightly as he let go of Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light with his left hand. He slowly raised his hand and took off his mask. At this moment, it was indeed difficult for him to even raise his hand. Fusing with Hao Yue and using the sacrifice skill caused him to be at the end of his rope. Yu Ting and Hao Yue were also weak and had fallen into a deep sleep. The 4 holy guards were afraid of Crosser's ferocity and did not dare to appear. In front of him, there seemed to be only death. The mask was taken off with some difficulty, revealing Long Houchen's pale but still extremely handsome face. The Son of Light was synonymous with perfection. Although the demon god Insight Crosser's original parasite was handsome, he was far inferior to Long Houchen. Be it appearance or temperament, they were worlds apart. Hence, when Crosser saw Long Houchen's handsome appearance, he was stunned. His previous anger was instantly replaced by ecstasy. With his insight, he could naturally tell that Long Houchen was 100 times stronger than his previous parasite. His temperament and body were so perfect. If he could use him as his parasite, perhaps it would be worth it to spend another 5 years to recover. Just as Crosser was dancing excitedly, a sparkling orange-red light suddenly shot out without warning. The orange-red light was so magnificent that it was like a long rainbow cutting through the sky, instantly piercing through Crosser's head. Crosser's excited gaze suddenly turned dull, and his body staggered back a few steps before falling to the ground. Wasn't that the aria of the goddess of light that pierced through his head? That sharp, epic-level orange-red light was the magnificent luster of this divine sword. Long Houchen collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The clothes under the golden foundation armor were already drenched in sweat. At this moment, he was so weak that he couldn't even lift a finger. However, his eyes were still fixed on Crosser until a dark blue crown-like light broke out of his body and flew crazily to the side. Long Houchen, finally, heaved a sigh of relief. The appearance of the demon god's crown meant that the demon god of insight, Crosser, was really dead. Your ability has indeed exceeded my expectations, as expected of one of the 72 demon gods of the demons, Long Houchen said with a sigh. Although he could not move, he could still speak. The battle, just now, had given him a deep feeling. Although he was not injured, the danger of the battle just now was even greater than when Kai-Er awakened as a Grim Reaper. At that time, Long Houchen could at least control the time he left through the eternal melody. But just now he was really at the end of his rope. Crosser was too cunning. His body was actually a parasite, and his main body was hidden in the parasite. At a critical moment, he could escape through the parasite. This was something that Long Houchen could never have imagined. No one could have imagined. Perhaps even the demon gods did not know about Crosser's ability. When Long Houchen saw that Crosser was still alive, he felt a little hopeless. He could sense Crosser's strength at that time. The death of the parasite had greatly weakened Crosser. Furthermore, his main body had also been severely injured. In terms of spiritual power, Crosser was at most equivalent to a Tier 7 cultivator. Having lost 90% of his strength, he was already very weak, especially his body. Because he had been parasitizing that tall and handsome body, he had already degenerated severely. His external spiritual power was infinitely close to zero. However, such a Crosser was fatal to Long Houchen, who was unable to move at all. At this moment of life and death, Long Houchen tried his best to calm himself down. He knew that he only had one chance, and it was also his last chance. Crosser relaxed because of Long Houchen's physical condition. With his demon god insight ability, he could sense Long Houchen's weakness, so he was not on guard at all. Long Houchen took off his mask to find the best opportunity for himself. Although Crosser was also very weak at that time, once his final attack was blocked, he would have no chance of survival. The exhaustion of the spiritual power in his body made him unable to resist Crosser. He did not even dare to teleport. In his current state, if he were to teleport through the eternal melody, he might be torn apart by the space-time turbulence. Just as Long Houchen had expected, Crosser, who had lost his parasite, needed a new body. When he saw Long Houchen's appearance, his excitement lowered his vigilance to the minimum. At this moment, Long Houchen launched his attack. Shenghua, the Punishment Knight's powerful attack amplification skill. Long Houchen used his mental power to split Xinghua's skill into two parts. One part triggered the aria of the Goddess of Light, and the other part became its thrust. That was how it pierced through Crosser's head and succeeded in one strike. Where did Xinghua's power come from? Speaking of which, Long Houchen was filled with gratitude toward Shengyu. Didn't this Saint Flower skill of his come from the Saint Moon Knight's lineage of the assassin temple's Saint Moon Knight's graft? Long Houchen would always store such a skill in his body in case of emergencies. There were certain restrictions to grafting. Skills that were too powerful and overbearing could not be stored, or they would harm his body. Shenghua was what Long Houchen thought was the most useful. His spiritual power was immense, and it was conducive to transformation and amplification. It could have unexpected effects. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he would store Shenghua in his body. Who would have thought that he would be able to save his own life today by relying on the grafting technique. Crosser's trump card had been revealed at the right time, but it was his biggest mistake not to kill Long Houchen immediately. Long Houchen had won this battle by a fluke, and Crosser's final plot had almost succeeded. Recalling what had happened just now, Long Houchen was still filled with fear. The 72 demon gods of the demons were indeed not easy to deal with. This was only the 49th ranked demon god. What about the ones ranked higher? How powerful would they be? Long Houchen still deeply remembered the powerlessness he felt when he was trapped by Sammakina. If Sammakina hadn't been unlucky enough to encounter the Tower of Eternity, Long Houchen would have died in battle. Reflecting on the painful experience, Long Houchen slowly closed his eyes to rest. His body needed time to recover from the overdraft, and the same was true for the spiritual power in his body. Crosser was already dead, and he had plenty of time to recuperate. As for the demon god's crown, it would be strange if it could escape. This was the Tower of Eternity. Without Long Houchen's teleportation, no creature could get out unless the demon god's crown could reach the level of a supreme artifact. Then there might be a chance. Therefore, Long Houchen was not in a hurry at all. He would let it run into a wall in the Tower of Eternity. After resting for an hour, Long Houchen had the strength to sit up and eat a few pills refined by Lin Xan to recover his strength. He then recovered his spiritual power through cultivation. It had to be said that the fine gold base battlesuit was worthy of the reputation of epic equipment. During Long Houchen's rest, the fine gold base battlesuit had absorbed a large amount of light elements and converted them into spiritual power. As soon as he began to cultivate, he immediately extracted a large amount of spiritual power from the fine gold base battlesuit to replenish himself. In just a short while, Long Houchen's more than 30,000 spiritual power had been completely restored. It was just that the weakness of his body still needed time to recuperate. Jumping up, Long Houchen stretched his body hard. Although the feeling of weakness was uncomfortable, the joy in his heart and the excitement of killing the demon god made him feel good. The demon god's crown of Insight Crosser was still rushing left and right on the first floor of the Tower of Eternity. However, the dark aura in the air had been cleansed, and there was not even a trace of blood left. The Tower of Eternity even emitted a large amount of light elements for Long Houchen to absorb. Speaking of which, the Tower of Eternity was also a winner this time. The soul of a demon god was a great supplement to it. Not in a hurry to grab the demon god's crown, Long Houchen closed his eyes and contacted Hoa through the blood contract. Hao Yue was on the verge of advancing. If he could get the energy of the demon god's crown, it would definitely be of great benefit to his advancement. With a flash of purple light, Hao Yue once again descended on the Tower of Eternity. Because of the previous fusion with Long Houchen, he looked a little tired. Hao Yue absorb it. Long Houchen pointed to the demon god's crown in the air. There was obvious excitement in the eyes of Hao Yue's 5 heads. Little Light looked up and spat out a faint purple light at the demon god's crown. Suddenly, the demon god's crown, which was rushing left and right, quieted down and was absorbed in front of Little Light in an instant. Little Light opened his mouth and swallowed it. At the same time, Hao Yue's thoughts also sounded in Long Houchen's mind. Master, I can't absorb it for the time being. Wait until we recover. I need your help. Long Houchen naturally understood what it meant. Hao Yue's breakthrough needed protection. With the previous example, Hao Yue would now completely evolve his body to the brink of eruption before completing the final step, shortening the evolution time as much as possible. But there was still a certain degree of danger. With Long Houchen's protection, it would naturally be much safer. Okay, as soon as my strength recovers, I will immediately help you complete the evolution. Hao Yue's 5 heads intimately stuck to Long Houchen's body and lightly rubbed against it. At this moment, Little Light's golden eyes suddenly showed some astonishment. Its big head moved in front of Long Houchen, opened its mouth, and stuck out its pink tongue. Long Houchin thought it was going to lick him, and immediately smiled and took a step back to avoid it. But very quickly, his eyes revealed a look of surprise. On the tip of Little Light's tongue was a sparkling and translucent gem. Within the gem, there was a faint, dark blue halo flickering. "What is this?" Long Houchin looked at Hao Yue, puzzled. Little Light did not directly answer, but muttered a few incantations. A golden light suddenly fell on Long Houchin's body. Light flickered, and the exhausted Yuting was actually pulled out of Long Houchin's body by this golden light. Hao Yue had this ability? Long Houchin was taken aback. Yuting looked at Hao Yue, seemingly a little afraid. But very quickly, she saw the gem on the tip of Hao Yue's tongue, and immediately let out a cheer. "Is this for me?" "Thank you, Hao Yue." Yuting unceremoniously pinched the exquisite gem in her hand, excitedly moved in front of Little Light's big head, and kissed its forehead. Because they were both of the light attribute, Yuting was still the closest to Little Light among Hao Yue's 5 big heads. "Yuting, what is this?" Long Houchin curiously asked. Yuting replied, "It should be that bad guy's. I really want to fuse with it. Master, can I?" It seems to be able to trigger the evolution of the Saint Spiritual Stove's power. Long Houchin was overjoyed. "Then hurry up and fuse with it." Crosser actually left behind such a good thing. Long Houchin was quite afraid of his insight, spirit guiding technique. If the Saint Spiritual Stove could also have an ability similar to the insight, spirit guiding technique, it would certainly be of great benefit to his and his companions' operations among the demons. Yuting giggled. "Thank you, Master." With that, she immediately turned into a stream of light and once again merged into Long Houchin's body, disappearing without a trace. Hao Yue also nodded to Long Houchin, turned into a purple light, and returned to his world to rest. He was about to break through again, and needed to adjust his body's condition to its peak. Long Houchin once again summoned the 4 holy guards and had them clean up Crosser's corpse, and then the 11th holy guard froze the corpse. Afraid that his companions would be worried, he didn't delay any longer. Carrying Crosser's corpse, he urged the eternal melody to bloom with the golden light of teleportation. Southeast Stronghold. At this time, the atmosphere of this impregnable pass, one of the 6 great human Temple League strongholds, was somewhat strange. The demon army had already retreated, leaving only a large number of corpses outside the city, some of them human, but most of them demons. According to the situation of previous wars, at this time, the Southeast Stronghold should have cleaned up the battlefield. But today was different. The sky had already darkened, but the Southeast Stronghold was brightly lit, with a somewhat serious atmosphere. But there was not the slightest intention of cleaning up the battlefield. The situation of the demons in the distance was also very subtle. Although the army had retreated, the 8 demon god pillars did not change their position, still flickering with light. The 7 demon gods, led by the angel demon god Paimon, each stuck close to their demon god pillars, looking at the Southeast Stronghold. The 2 sides actually confronted each other from such a distance, and no one had the intention of withdrawing. This scene was clearly because Long Houchin and the demon god Insight Crosser had disappeared together. At that time, Crosser had used the Insight spirit guiding spell on Long Houchin, and the warrior temple master Chiao Yonghao had already sensed that something was wrong. He immediately led the powerhouses of the warrior temple to launch an all-out attack on the demons. Chiao Yonghao had vaguely guessed Long Houchin's identity, and he had no choice but to go all out. Once the Insight spirit guiding spell succeeded, Long Houchin would be besieged by the 8 demon gods, and he would definitely die. However, when he led the powerhouses of the warrior temple to fight the 7 demon gods, and no one gained the upper hand, he was surprised to discover that Crosser had disappeared among the demon gods. Thinking back to the previous entanglement of the golden light and the Insight spirit guiding spell, Chiao Yonghao was confused. That was because Paimon and the others were also confused. Hence, The two sides seemed to have reached an agreement. The demons retreated, and Qiu Yonghao led the powerhouses of the warrior temple back to the fortress. He immediately summoned Wang Yuanyuan and the others to ask about the situation. Of course, Wang Yuanyuan and the others would not tell Qiu Yonghao about the existence of the Tower of Eternity. They only said that Long Haochen had a very powerful teleportation equipment that had a strange resonance with the insight spirit guiding spell. There was a mutation. They did not know what exactly was going on. Because the life-sharing effect of the soul chain had appeared once, Wang Yuanyuan and the others felt that Long Haochen was at least safe for now. But it was very likely that he was fighting with the demon god Insight Crosser. That was a demon god ranked 49th. They were all burning with anxiety, but there was nothing they could do. Fortunately, the life-sharing effect did not continue, so they could only wait anxiously. Mutation meant uncertainty. After careful consideration, Qiu Yonghao naturally could not retreat, just like that. Han, you only said that the Adamantinite was the acting Holy Knight, but he did not say Long Haochen's name. However, with Qiu Yonghao's shrewdness, he was even more certain of his guess. It was the same for the demons. Crosser had disappeared with the other knight. There was no black fog shrouding the southeastern fortress, so they could see more clearly than the humans. They did not know what was going on, so they could only wait. Time passed. Paimon turned to look at Crosser's demon god pillar from time to time. The halo on his demon god pillar kept flickering, but it was completely contained. This meant that Crosser was fighting, but he could not borrow the power of the demon god pillar where he was fighting. However, as long as the light of the demon god pillar was still there, it meant that Crosser was still alive. The angel, demon, god Paimon had a good relationship with the demon god Insight Crosser, and he was the one who had taken the initiative to let Crosser use the Insight spirit guiding spell. He was naturally extremely anxious. In Paimon's opinion, Crosser's combat strength was nothing much, but his strange abilities were very important to Paimon. With the help of Crosser's insight, he could save a lot of effort, whether it was deploying troops or ambushing opponents. Just as both sides were getting more and more anxious, but they could confirm that their side was fine, something happened. The demon god Insight Crosser's demon god pillar suddenly flickered faster. An intense flickering frequency attracted the attention of both sides. Qiu Yonghao's eyes widened. The last thing he wanted to see was Crosser returning safely and Long Haochen dying in battle, or Crosser appearing on the demon's side with Long Haochen. He had already given the order to lead the experts of the warrior temple to launch another surprise attack at any time. Paimon was also shocked. His thoughts were the opposite of Qiu Yonghao's. The violent fluctuations in the demon god pillar proved that the battle on Crosser's side was very intense. However, he could not help in a battle across space. The atmosphere between the demons and the humans became tense. At this moment, the demon god Insight Crosser's demon god pillar suddenly shone brightly. The dazzling light could be seen clearly even from the top of the southeastern fortress. The light of the other 7 demon god pillars was almost instantly overshadowed by its light. This is just as Qiu Yonghao was about to take action. The extremely bright demon god pillar suddenly extinguished without warning. All the light converged, and all the vitality disappeared with the light. It looked like an ordinary stone pillar,